Welcome everyone to the inaugural Afronomicslaw Academic Forum Conference. We're so grateful for you for giving up your Saturday. We're grateful to our members. It's our members who have put together this conference. It's our members who have prepared and submitted papers. It's our members who will present today. And really in the lead up to this, I've just been more aware than ever that we all do have our own full-time commitments going on. Some of us are students, some of us have full-time jobs. And this has been a bigger sign than ever before that this is clearly something we're passionate about, because we've been going to every end and we're giving up, our weekend, but there's been so much that we've been sacrificing in order to make this happen. So I have no doubt that we're all so committed and so excited about today. I'm not going to keep you long. I've got the boring part of just doing some of the logistical announcements, and then I'll hand over to my colleague, Nchiko, who will introduce our incredible keynote speaker. So just in terms of how today is going to work, you'll see on the program that we have 2 concurrent panels at any given time. So what that means is that we will have to have a breakout room. This main room, this room you're in now, will host all the panels that are part of track A. So any panel that is named A, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A will take place in this main room. And then all the Bs, so 1B, 2B, 3B, will take place in the breakout room. And when breakout rooms are enabled, there will be a little thing at the bottom right of your screen that'll say breakout rooms, and you'll have the option to join one or the other. And at any time you can join whichever breakout room you'd like to be in, the breakout room or the main one being panel A, and then track A, and then the breakout room being track B. And to help us along with this somewhat complicated thing, 2 members of our team are doing the incredible work of being tech support. And so we have Anne Mburu, who will be doing the tech support for track A. So if you're in track A, either as a presenter or as a panel chair or as someone who's just watching, and you have any question, you can always type a message to Anne privately. And to find her, you can either obviously search her name, but you can also just type in the participants the word tech, and you'll see it says Tech A, Anne, okay? And the same will happen for Sharon, who will be doing all the supporting us with technical things in track B. If you go into a breakout room, you're in track B, you're in a panel, and you want to ask someone a question about anything, you can just type in tech, and you'll see in the chat it says tech B, and you'll reach Sharon. So that's going to be a huge help throughout the day. Feel free to ask them anything. And of course, anyone else on our team, we're all here. But for ease, to make sure that the same requests aren't duplicated, try to keep them to Anne and Sharon, and we're so grateful to them for that support. The other issues, some other things. So we are recording the session. Please let us know if you're uncomfortable with if you're presenting with your session being recorded, and we can pause it for that session, for your presentation. With regards to cameras, of course, if you're speaking, either asking a question, presenting, or giving feedbacks as a panel chair, we do request that you have your cameras on. The rest of the time, we really encourage it, and we've slotted in enough breaks that if you do need to leave, hopefully you can do it in a break, but it's completely up to you. And if you're not comfortable, you can turn your camera off for any periods of time. How the day will work, as I just mentioned, we have slotted in sufficient breaks so that hopefully we can keep on time. So basically we have an introduction now on our keynote, then we have a short 15-minute break. Everyone for panel 1, A and B can prepare. We have that panel, another short break, panel 2, and then lunch, panel 3, short break, panel 4, and then we'll have our closing. So the goal with including those short 15-minute breaks in between is that we can really stick to time. We don't really have the wiggle room, and so we need everyone to be prepared to start, all participants to ideally be in the room, and then we end when we need to. And those who are in panel B, in track B, will just come back to the main room. Even if you intend on attending the next session in the breakout room again, just for convenience sake, come back, and then when that session starts 15 minutes later, you can go back in there. So that's the primary tech updates I wanted to share with you. Others will come throughout the day, and you'll also see Anne and Sharon posting whenever there's an announcement. They'll also regularly remind us of what's happening in each track. So if you join midway in a session, you can always say, and midway through a session, you can always have a message there coming up saying, if you mean to be in this session, just go into a breakout room. So that's all from my side. Of course, anyone from the team is welcome to come in. But if there's nothing further on the tech side, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Njiku. And welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Nicola, for that. I hope I can be heard. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, basically my work is pretty simple. I'll just take you through Prof's bio. Babatunde Fatbaibo is currently a professor in law at the University of South Africa. His research primarily focuses on continental integration in Africa. Other research interests include critical approaches to international law, transnational policy analysis, new paradigms of interstate relations, and governance and democratization in Africa. He has written widely on issues of African integration, democracy and good governance, and development in Africa. He also provides commentary in print and broadcast media on African affairs. His writings have appeared in academic journals, as chapters in books and other online platforms. In 2014, he was recognized by the Young People in International Affairs as one of the top 35 Africans under the age of 35 for his research on supranational integration in Africa. He is the editor-in-chief of the Southern African Public Law Journal and serves on the editorial boards of the African Journal of Democracy and Governance, the Nigerian Yearbook of International Law, and the Caribbean Law Review. Prof, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Nchiko. Thank you, Nicola and the team. It is a great honor. It's a great pleasure to be here, to be amongst you, and to also be able to drink from the spring of knowledge of many of your members. I've been a big fan of this platform, the parent platform, Afronomicslaw blog, and also the academic forum as well. I think I can say it here without any, reveal or betraying any any trust to say that I even I've recommended the platform, and also to many of my students and to many people as one of the platforms through which we are really engaging, critically engaging scholarship on the continent, widening, democratizing scholarship on the continent. So it was not only a great pleasure when when this invitation was extended to me. Of course, I don't, even if I were on a sick bed, I would have availed myself to at least present this and to engage with everyone on this platform. So when I was given the task of presenting in this platform, I think it was also not a difficult one to come up with the topic and the idea, which I'll be discussing here, because it also ties in with many of the things I do, my scholarship and my academic engagement in the field of international law, pedagogy, regionalism in Africa, and the rest. And the topic, which I'm sure Nchiko has actually shared on, I see he shared it on Twitter, but not on this platform. But anyways, I would repeat it. It's looking at the 3 dialogical imperatives for critical international economic law scholarship in Africa. So my argument, or my position, is that there when we are, in the business of, decolonizing or engaging in critical studies or whatever we want to call it, but again, trying to displace Eurocentric ideas and norms, there are three broad dialogues that I think we should be having. And we have already been having them. In fact, I think what you guys are doing at Academic Forum, at the Afronomics Academic Forum, at the Afronomics Law blog, and also with this conference you're having today, is also part of those dialogues. So without wasting much time, I would actually go into it. I would read, I think I will try to read, but at intervals I might have to explain some of the points I'm trying to make in the lecture. So I think I'll be preaching to the choir if I say that international economic law scholarship is still very heavily Eurocentric. Scholarship, perhaps maybe in the terms of how we teach it in the classroom, which I'm very interested in. Scholarship in terms of how knowledge production, scholarship even in terms of the ideational element, ideational underpinnings of the discipline. So it is still very Eurocentric. Many universities across this continent still use textbooks and materials that place Eurocentric canons and notions at the heart of the theory and practice of international economic law. James Gatti, who is one of the foremost scholars in this field, actually refers to this as an international law's limited geography of places and ideas. So, in terms of how international economic law sometimes omits the practices and norms emanating from African scholars and cases emanating from African-based international courts. So you see some of this analysis where people engage and little is said about what international courts in Africa, their contribution to the discipline, and also what African scholars are saying in terms of the idea. So this uncritical syllabus distances students from the stark realities of international economic law and systems, and it speaks neither to their context nor offer any meaningful solution to their existential concern. And it is very, very important that we keep this in mind, in our engagement with the critical approaches to international economic law. So in this lecture, I intend to make a case for the critical study of international economic law. In this respect, I intend to propose three dialogical zones of engagement. The first is the dialogue within the International Legal Academy. That is what I call the intradisciplinary dialogue. The second dialogue is the dialogue between and among different disciplines, which I call the inter/transdisciplinary dialogue. And the last, which is very, very important, is the dialogue between teachers and students. It must be emphasized that the proposal I'm making here is by no means a one-size-fits-all prescription. I also don't want to fall into the risk of people who say Africa is a country. So African nations are very diverse, politically, socially, culturally, economically, and legally. And they also engage in different contexts in the way they approach the teaching, research, and the practice of this discipline of ours. So what I'm suggesting is a flexible template that can be adjusted to suit existing and aspirational conditions. But so this is how the lecture is divided into three main areas. I start with why. Why do we need to decolonize to decolonize the discipline? Then I move on to the obstacles. So what obstacles are we likely to encounter as we engage in the ideational contexts of decolonizing this discipline? Then I now move to the core of the discussion, which are the three dialogical imperatives. So a syllabus that presents Eurocentric ideas as a singular vision of the discipline of international economic law and ignores sociocultural, political, and economic realities of African students and scholars is false, alienating, and unsustainable. Disciplinary detachment of this sort also has some specific and interrelated negative implications. And I look at four implications of still engaging in Eurocentric analysis or ideas of international economic law. The first, which is the psychological implication of it, is that it actually it deprives African students of knowing the contributions of their forebears and also contemporary scholars to the practice of internationality and understanding the knowledge systems underlying such concepts, and seeing manifestations of such knowledge in the various modes of contemporary, sociocultural, political, economic interactions, and also relating such knowledge to existent and current realities. The lack of exposure to critical scholarship, such as third world approaches to international law, prevent African students from gaining a true understanding of how explicit and implicit structural imbalances continue to shape Africa's marginal disciplinary position. Essentially, it robs our students of the benefits of a three-dimensional understanding of a system that perpetuates their marginality. For example, the veto power of the so-called Big Five in the United Nations, the leadership of World Bank and IMF, which has been zoned to the United States and Europe respectively, the manipulative use of aids and loans, intellectual marginalization of African scholarship, and I'll come back to that later, it's very, very important, illicit financial flows from Africa, intervention in the affairs of developing nations, are all matters that require considered and critical assessment in our pedagogical environment. The second point, which flows from the first, is that Eurocentric pedagogy deprives of students and their teachers of much needed critical consciousness. Critical consciousness presents a holistic prism for evaluating issues as a means of identifying appropriate and contextual solutions. And building on Paulo Freire's idea, Stanley Aronowitz observes that critical consciousness actually has three components. One is self-reflection, which he defines as know thyself. The second is an understanding of the world in which we live in, economic, political, and equally important, its psychological dimension. Specifically, critical pedagogy also helps learners to become aware of the forces that has ruled their lives, especially, and shape their consciousness. And the third is the goal that it helps to set the conditions for producing new life, a new set of arrangements where power has been, at least in tendency, transferred to those who literally make the world, social world of transforming nature and themselves, I end quote there. Another scholar, the African-American education scholar, Gloria Lansing-Billings, provides one of the most useful, in my view, idea of what we mean by critical consciousness and what should also aid us in our discipline. She advances the theory of culturally relevant pedagogy, which is anchored to three framings. One is academic success, which is context-driven assessment of academic excellence. The second is cultural competence, which allows learners to maintain their cultural integrity through learning processes. And the last is the obvious one, critical consciousness, which ensures that students develop a broader socio-political consciousness that allows them to critique societal inequalities. This type of approach ensures that students' cultural view mediates and moderates the learning environment, so affirming is our physical and cognitive presence. And the third negative implication of Eurocentric attachment is also a psychological component, because what it does is that it presents Eurocentric approaches and ideas, as the supreme, as the universal, and anything that is non-European as inferior. So students are indoctrinated to regard themselves as inferior, with the result that they feel compelled to regurgitate European standards of superiority and unconsciously accept that their civilization and critique is incapable of contributing meaningfully to international economic law or disrupting Eurocentric claims of equivalency with universal norms. The final consequence or negative implication is that it detaches teaching of the international economic law from continental context and renders students ineffectual actors and ineffective as ineffective change agents. And uncritical Eurocentric syllabus cannot equip African students with the skills to address the developmental and ideational challenges facing the continent head-on. It is an exercise which I refer to as miseducation and not fit for purpose. To counteract this problem, there's a need to repurpose the direction and vision of international economic law education in Africa. Such repurposing is twofold. One, international economic law education must be recognized as a broad process of imparting students with the knowledge they require to interrogate, challenge, think beyond the confines of theory in order to understand applications. Second, students should appreciate the connection between actions and effect that continue to situate the global South at the periphery of the global system and to reclaim their ability to become meaningful actors in redressing these issues. Now I move to some of the challenges that we are likely to encounter and we are currently encountering in many of our activities in decolonizing this discipline. Before discussing the repurposing of ecosystems of international economic law education in Africa, it is useful to understand some of the issues that continue to hinder such success. One of the major obstacles to a critical pedagogical approach is the conservative environment of international economic law education in Africa, which is, of course, stems directly from its colonial heritage. So a generation of scholars received their legal training steeped in Eurocentric paradigms and have themselves become the conduit through which knowledge is transmitted and preserved. Conservative Eurocentric training ensures that law is learned in disciplinary isolation with minimal exposure to multidisciplinary perspectives, creating a false apolitical disciplinary stance. This position further places an excessive historical premium on issues that are presumed to hold relevance for the present. For decades, this has been entrenched culture in many law schools across Africa, with little or no effort to accommodate radical voices or provide a genuine decolonial framework within which to change the status quo. Furthermore, it has ensured the prioritization of neoliberal approach to legal education in many African universities. In this respect, instructional materials not only affirm neoliberal rhetoric, the syllabus is also structured to respond to the trends and dictates of market. This, again, has been discussed by many scholars, where the idea is to kind of present this, nicely packaged syllabus through which, we're preparing students in a way in which they can get jobs, not necessarily trying to equip them and to enhance their ideational understanding of the subject. Secondly, in what the South African philosopher Mogobe Ramose described as the northbound gaze, academic research and activities in many African universities are still subjected to Eurocentric epistemic standard of assessment and evaluation. African scholars are compelled by institutional requirements to publish in leading international journals, which are often based in the global north, and bring with them an implicit expectation to conformity to Eurocentric standards if authors hope to see the articles published. This position has at least three negative implications. First, it limits the space and motivation for scholars and researchers to develop and own the process of knowledge production. Second, it ensures that global North-based journals engage in what some have referred to as systematic bias in their peer review process of articles emanating from Africa. And I'll give some examples here. So this, of course, has led to limited citations and marginalization of African scholars and scholarship. So examples, one example is that between 2010 and 2019, the American Journal of Political Science, which is referred to as the journal on political science in the world, published only 11 articles. So it published between 2010 and 2019, published 579 articles, but only 11 were dedicated to African issues, right? And of those 11 dedicated to African issues, at least they gave us an opportunity to air our issues, right? Of the 11, none was published by an African-based political scientist. So essentially saying that, if you want to write about the political situation in South Africa, you're told by knowledge gatekeepers that, what do you know? A Yale or Harvard professor might actually know it better than you. So James Gatti as well, in his analysis of publications from 1907 to 2021 in the American Journal of International Law, again referred to, which some refer to as the leading journal in international law. James Gatti found that about, out of the 5,109 articles published, only 64 dealt with the issue of race in international law. Now, it is very important that, when you marginalize or you exclude or you raise the idea of race and racialized international system, of course, you kind of place issues of the scholarship of Global South scholars or even African American scholars and the issues they've actually raised about the racism that underlies the international system. You place it at a very marginal position, so it does not even feature. Now, so the third is that scholarship that includes what can promote or scholarship that can promote critical approaches is often published by publishers in the global north, making journals and books expensive and so inaccessible to an African readership. Now, and I'm sure many of us are familiar with the controversy about Taylor and Francis in the past, it came out a few weeks ago, the amount of money you have to pay for expedited publication and all of those things. I think it runs into about $11,000 or something like that, or even to have your articles open access to be open access publication. Now, when you do that, and of course, many of us, anytime we're doing research as well, I'm sure when you click on some of these articles, it is $100, $150 to access them and things like that. But in some of these articles are issues that we need. Some of these issues that speak to critical scholarship or issues that we can even use as bad examples, right, in order to develop our scholarship, but they remain locked behind this firewall. So insufficient funding also curtails access to knowledge and equal opportunity to participate in the production of knowledge. The issue of chronic lack of funding for research and development in many African universities is another serious concern. Lecturers are underpaid, overworked, and have little time for quality research. The lack of financial incentives is further complicated by the fact that external funding remains the only source of funding in many cases. External funding is not always altruistic, with funders often determining the type, scope, and parameters of research agenda. Furthermore, external funding is often channeled to the STEM subject, science and technology, mathematics, and the rest, with little or nothing earmarked for humanities. For teachers to engage in a meaningful critical approach to international economic law education, there must be a sustained and deliberate policy approach that provides training and requisite funding for critical research and development initiatives. So I move to the core of the lecture, looking at the 3 dialogical zones of engagement. As I said earlier in the introduction, these 3 dialogical zones of engagement are interrelated. In fact, they work within the same ecosystem. So the first would be dialogue within the international law academy, right? Amongst international law scholars, right? The second would be the dialogue, inter-transdisciplinary dialogue. That is when we dialogue with people from other disciplines, understanding that not one road leads to the market, that we can also gain ideas to develop our discipline by interacting with other scholarship or people from other disciplines. Then the third is the dialogue between teachers and learners. So I start with the first dialogue. This is the one that brings together international law and international economic law teachers and practitioners at national and regional levels to set an agenda on how to ensure that critical concerns are identified and proactively engaged. This includes multiple initiatives at national, regional, continental levels by law scholars, law schools, professional bodies, civil society organizations, and academic association of law teachers. Furthermore, law faculties and teachers and students across the African continent can establish coalitions and associations, which you guys are already doing, for the continuous sharing of knowledge and information around this crucial topic. And many African scholars or Global South scholars have actually conceptualized this idea. So, for example, Sabelo Ndlovu-Gacheni describes this as epistemic freedom. Walter Mignolo described this as epistemic disobedience. Mohsin El-Attar and Venon Taba, in an article written about 11 years ago, describes it as reform from the periphery. And the late Ghanaian philosopher, Kwesi Wiredu, who passed on a few weeks ago, describes this as conceptual decolonization. But essentially, what underlines this, at the core of all of their conversation or conceptual definition of this issue is that the need for scholars to own and shape the entire ecosystem of knowledge production matrix. Put differently, scholars are to be guided by what Tsepo Madlingozi refers to as decolonization, as is always a disruptive phenomenon. Decolonization is always a disruptive phenomenon. But the question now for us as international economic law scholars, students, practitioners, scholars, how do we achieve this monumental task? First, beyond the traditional modes of public book publications and journal articles, more must be done to encourage open access publication of critical works on blogs, online journals, online research repositories, and citations to works published on these platforms. There are a number of commendable initiatives already being done by African scholars, because there's been an increasing establishment of international law blogs and journals and social media interventions. Afronomics is one example. The 12 Review is one example. The Public Law Corner, which we have just started at the University of South Africa, is another example. This whole idea is to just broaden and democratize the space through which we are able to present our ideas. Open access journals have also been established around the continent. A typical example is the African Journal of International Economic Law. Many of the actors are here. The African Human Rights Law Journal as well, which is published at the University of Pretoria, is also open access journal. And also journals published by the Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa, CODESRIA, in Senegal, is also an important platform for us to discuss this. Academic student associations, seminars and conferences on critical approaches to international law, bibliographic essays on critical international law scholarship, which many scholars have actually been engaged in over the years to just present these ideas to wider audience. Increasing publications of essays by scholars on online repositories, publishing on your academia.edu, SSRN, ResearchGate, and things like that. These are also ideas of kind of moving away from the traditional modes and trying to present this to a wider audience. However, there's more that needs to be done. One major way of doing this is by shifting the northbound gaze evaluation of academic standard and quality of research and research methods to a gaze that focuses on the lived realities and existential concerns of the continent. In other words, it speaks to taking our validation structures more seriously. This position will require several genuine commitments on the part of scholars, policymakers, and practitioners. One imperative is the establishment of more and the strengthening of African-based and African-run journals and publishing houses. James Gatti had spoken about this about a week ago, about the misproduction of African international economic law and how we need to publish more in our journals as African scholars. There's that tendency for us to always engage in northbound gaze. And again, in fairness to many African scholars in this field, because at times you're incentivized by your university. If you publish in the so-called leading international law journals, and of course, by doing that at times, you subject yourself to all sorts of, humiliation and ridicule and things like that. But you still want to do it because you want promotion or you want to be incentivized by your university. But we need to engage in some sort of, activist disciplinary approaches in recognizing and publishing more in our journals. Second is the departure from Eurocentric metrics of determining the acceptable standard of research. This is in no way a call to exclude rigorous quality control of output, but it speaks to understanding the biases of Eurocentric gatekeepings, especially the way in which it silences knowledge and is deemed critical of methods, extant methods, and approaches. The point is to accept multiple narratives, and how these narratives should be moderated and mediated by lived experiences. Simply put, empiricism should inform theory building. And this is very, very important because, again, as part of that Eurocentric training that we all have, and this Eurocentric attachment, we tend to see the evaluation of standards of knowledge in a very narrow way. how should an article be written? So the first thing you do is to pull down a journal, journal published in the global north on international economic law. You look at the structure. So it must be conceptual, it must be this and things like that. But the thing is, you also have to understand that there are multiple ways of arriving at, the spring or the well of knowledge, and to understand that you can also build, or we should be theorizing. We should be theorizing our lived realities. We are the ones who live and go through these experiences. Corruption, mismanagement, and even some of those activist methods and approaches that have been used, grassroots mobilization across the continent. We are the ones who experience it, and we are the ones who should be able to write about this, right? And part of us writing about it and taking it more seriously is to support the knowledge, the knowledge platforms that we already have, and transmit our ideas through these platforms. This position unequivocally rejects the notion that in the geopolitics of knowledge, the African experience is temporary, waiting to be refuted or accepted by Euro-American scientists and knowledge purveyors. The third is the genuine and robust collaborative research efforts between and among experienced and emerging international economic law scholars within the continent and across the global south. And this is also very important. This is how we build succession, right? Equipping, engaging with more collaboration between young, even cross-gender collaboration and all of those things where you quit, because that's the only way we can build ourselves, by doing all of these things. So it is very, very important that we do that. So I go to the second type of dialogue, the inter-transdisciplinary dialogue. This dialogue speaks to engaging with scholarship from disciplines beyond international law to disciplines such as literature, sociology, history, cultural studies, archaeology, anthropology. The idea here is to engage with scholarship in these fields on issues such as the history of internationality in pre-colonial Africa, societal factors underlining the history and present engagement, ideological issues that shape global imbalances, racial and racialized international system, feminist approaches, and critical research methodologies. Such disciplinarity promotes the skills necessary to engage in innovative and meaningful pedagogical initiatives. This allows legal scholars to break with prevailing disciplinary isolations by presenting them with new and invigorating research paths and imaginations. Legal scholars such as James Gatti, Olabisi Akinkugbe, Sylvia Tamale, Farida Banda have shown how social science methods can assist in unmasking and redressing international law's blind spot. For example, Sylvia Tamale, in a most recent book, engages disciplines such as sport, medical science, law, religion, sociology, and technology to dissect the idea of Afrofeminism and the imperative of decolonizing the concept. Similarly, Farida Banda, in her latest book, explores the plight of African migrants and asylum seekers through the lens of novels, poems, short stories, and human rights. Through this approach, she was able to highlight the nuances in the intersectional issues that shape the experiences of these marginalized groups. It should be emphasized that transdisciplinary approach is not new in the African context. In fact, we can go as far back as the 1950s to see what the famous Ibadan School of History actually did. So the Ibadan School of History was composed of historians who began exploring and utilizing oral sources to reconstruct pre-colonial events, and in some cases refute colonial historiography, which saw Africa as primitive and backward. In addition, the school devoted significant intellectual investment and energy to writing textbooks for high schools and university students. Additionally, they made language studies a prerequisite for the study of history. They published numerous academic articles, organized numerous annual conferences, and even established a professional body for historians through which these ideas or decolonizing the concept, concept of history or the study of history were transmitted. These are meaningful interventions and initiatives that contemporary scholars in international economic law space should adopt and adapt to the process of the critical scholarship of the discipline. The last dialogue, which is also the very important one, is the one between teachers and students. It is crucial as it centers students at the core of the design of their pedagogy and promotes the legitimacy and ownership of the intended product. Such dialogue needs to be a continuous process with both teachers and students testing, evaluating, and improving pedagogical approaches. The idea of an interactive and a highly participatory learning environment has always been an important component of Africa's indigenous knowledge systems. Additionally, the late Kenyan scholar Halima Zui rightly emphasized that this kind of interaction is a vital element of academic freedom, serving, and I quote him here, as a necessary intellectual infrastructure for mental development and intellectual creativity, quote closed. Below, I highlight 3 factors that should mediate such an approach. The first is the importance of engaging in multifaceted extra-textual materials in the research and teaching of international economic law. This involves recognizing the role of literature, poetry, music, cinema, documentaries, artifacts, and especially indigenous knowledge in the exploration of historical and material perspectives on internationality. I would even encourage you guys to read Sundaya Pahuja's latest work on pictorial pedagogy, where she analyzed the way in which images can help us in understanding the study of this discipline of international, understanding development and things like that. So she looked at various magazine covers and images that speak to development in enhancing the understanding of students. So, of course, the literary works of the likes of Chinua Achebe, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Wole Soyinka, Biavanga Wainaina, Amata Aidu, Chimamanda, Ngozi Adichie, expose valuable nuances in problematic global issues. The music also of Fela Nicola Pokuti, Bob Marley, Maria Makeba, Yuma Sekela, and the rest also offer valuable critical avenues through which to perceive global imbalances and could also serve as important gateways to the works of critical scholars. The same logic applies to using publications that have adopted extra-textual sources to exploring critical issues in international economic law. And I've spoken to some of those publications. I mean, the works of Sylvia Tamale and Farida Banda are very important in this respect. The use of these tools requires open-mindedness and innovation from our teachers. For example, when teaching aspects of international law, such as human rights, promotion and protection of democracy, United Nations reforms, students could initially be explore extra-textual sources, come up with their own interpretations, and explore how this relates to existential concerns. This approach bolsters relatability and ready understanding of concepts that may initially appear technical and dull, detached from reality of African students studying international economic law. The second mediating factor is to ensure that the displacement of Eurocentric epistemic framing in international economic law is ethically progressive. And I think this is very important because this also speaks to autocritic. We need to also be very introspective. Yes, we can critique Eurocentric standards, but when it comes to us now engaging in decolonization of our subject, we need to be ethically progressive. And what do I mean by this? At the heart of genuine effort, the project should have at its heart a genuine effort to address concerns of the marginalized and voiceless in the global power matrix. This includes issues such as gender equality and empowerment, LGBTIQ equality, refugees and internally displaced persons, mainstreaming of indigenous and ethnic knowledge systems, and the practices into the practice of international economic law and meaningful strategies. And one of the things we also need to take extremely important in the context of this ethically progressive paradigm is we need to cite more women in our scholarship. There's a tendency to, kind of not recognize women who are doing significant and important work in this field. And of course, self-righteousness, we look at Eurocentric standard and critique, but the question we should be asking ourselves is, are you citing women? Are you centering ideas of gender equality in your work, right? Not only women within international economic law space, but also from other disciplines, the likes of Oyerunke Oyewumi, Amina Mama, and the rest have written extensively on ethics of research and the importance of centering gender issues and intersectionality in our works. And this is very, 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 very important. Ignoring the suffering of the most vulnerable essentially leads to replacing an oppressive system with another, and that, although seemingly deodorized, is equally oppressive. In addition, it expands learners' range and understanding of intersectionality. A critical approach is one that obliges us to shed our blind spots and deal with others in a humane and considerate manner, in a world we all share. The third mediating factor is to continuously gauge and incorporate students' views and contributions to the decolonization agenda. Such an approach avoids the prevalent banking concept of education, where students are expected blindly to accept, memorize, regurgitate what they are taught. Rather, both teachers and students assume the position of active learners and shapers in the pedagogical environment. And I would like to quote Florence Shako here. She had in one of her writings on the importance of what I've just mentioned. And I start the quote start here. Teachers of international law, especially critical international law, must also become learners. In embracing the challenge to learn ourselves, we inadvertently help students to appreciate critical international law and engage in critical arguments and draw their own analysis and conclusions. Through new pedagogies, we move towards inclusive African narratives and prevent the silences and distortions of Eurocentric learnings, quote close. As the 2015-2016 Fee Must Fall protest in South Africa has shown, students can no longer be treated as uninformed participants in the quest to decolonize the curricula. There are many other proactive initiatives across the continent regarding, active involvement of students. One, and many of the actors are here, is the Heart Initiative by undergraduate students at the Strathmore University in Nairobi, Kenya. Here, students meet every Friday to engage in critical conversations about the law, and of course, meaningful engagement with sociocultural issues, political realities, curriculum development, and teaching methods. This requires that teachers genuinely commit to the values of humility and compassion in the learning environment. Humility denotes the readiness to learn and unlearn ideas. Compassion speaks to understanding and respecting the different background of students and a demonstrated commitment to integrate these ideas into the fabric of the learning environment. For example, it allows teachers to embrace youth culture, mainly expressed through art and social media, as an important element of pedagogy. And in conclusion, I have, through this lecture, I hope, attempted to show the importance of continuous engagement, where we evaluate ourselves, we engage in autocritics, we critique the international system, we also critique ourselves, right? And we also engage in, owning and shaping our own knowledge production. Only through this are we able to engage in meaningful assessment of methods, especially by avoiding the replication of bad practices, of silencing and othering views that do not fit into our ideological paradigm. I want to thank you all for listening, and also many thanks to the organizers. I look forward to further discussion during the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Babatunde Fagbayibo. That was excellent. What a way to start the conference today. If any of us probably who are it's still morning at your end, came in here and you were not yet fired up, this definitely has put some fire in our bellies, and we are really excited about why we are here and what we hope to achieve. So before, having listened to what Professor Fagbayibo was speaking about, a number of things, readily come to mind. And I think the first is to basically a reflection. I was in reflective mode, thinking about what the academic forum is all about, because in relation to the three contexts, the places where there needs to be an imperative dialogue amongst international scholars, and in turn transdisciplinary dialogues as well as dialogues between teachers and learners. I believe that that's one area or one space in which we can do more as a forum in terms of engaging with our teachers and scholars who are responsible for shaping our ideas and understanding of international economic law. And a number of points that Professor Fagbayibo mentioned raise questions, and I hope that you have comments or questions that you might also want to throw in for our keynote speaker. And I'll just start with the first one, which is, where do we see, or what is the role of our policymakers, higher education regulators, and obviously the government within the African continent and African countries in contributing to or dictating how we are able to take ownership of both our scholarship and of our teaching and learning, the practice of international economic law. I say this for a reason, because I mean, if you look at China, for instance, there was a very deliberate and dedicated repurposing of the way international economic law and general issues in terms of international trade and scholarship was prioritized in China. And with that in mind, we've seen very significant impact on the way China's place and role in global economic relations. So what do you see, or what do you feel are the challenges from the policy side? Because universities don't run themselves. The matrix and the criterion that dictates how we teach, how we learn about international economic law is in many ways affected by the policies that shape and frame this. So I would really love to hear your thoughts about that. And like I said, I welcome a couple of questions or a few questions that we could also take from the audience before our keynote speakers to address.
Prof, there is a hand up from Bakiso.
Yes. So yeah, if we just take two additional questions, then the speaker can take all questions together. Yeah. Then go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much, Prof. That was very enlightening. Just two very direct questions. The first one is we've got a lot of young researchers here who would like to get ahead with their career. And as you said, there is a need or a requirement to have published papers, especially for those who would like to get into academia. So the first question is, and also from peer-reviewed journals, especially, it's not just in Africa. So what is your professional advice to young students who would like to engage in topical issues to resolve issues within the African context, while also trying to get ahead and not being sidelined in institutions, research institutions in Africa? Do they just, that's the first question. And then the second question also is, for those who operate in a public sphere, who would like to push the context of international economic law from an African perspective, in public institutions, you might find that there's a rejection of new concepts. How do you navigate in public institutions? We're talking about government institutions which operate within those confines. new areas or new African, pro-African themes to a system which automatically rejects them?
Thank you for that. So we'll take another question from Maruto Tosa. And if you can keep it brief, then we can also take another last question from Isabella. And
okay.
Then,
okay. Thank you so much to the professor for his insightful thought about international economic law in Africa. And I have a question about the misproduction of knowledge in international economic law in Africa in general. But what would we say about French-speaking countries where it's really hard to have scientific article about international economic law? I give an example. I am from the University of Lomé, and it is hard to meet a professor that is specializing in international economic law. And I would ask, as a forum of scholars, what do you think could help us in Francophone countries to be engaged in this research in international law? I'm already happy to be part of this family that helped me have in-depth knowledge in the field. But what do you think we should do more, or you could do more to help us in the French-speaking countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Isabella.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. It was a very nice presentation. You mentioned external funding. So my question is that if the external funders are mostly geared towards flagship research areas, then if I'm a researcher and then I'm sponsoring a particular research, I'll do so in a field which will benefit me. So what are we also doing as Africans to enhance the funding for our research? Because if we don't want it to be Eurocentric and is being sponsored externally, then we don't expect that they would want us to have researches in areas that we think that they will be beneficial to us. Thank you.
Okay. Prof, the floor is yours. Maybe you could just vote on one question with a comment which speaks to what Mauto also asked, which is, I would like to know this from Rafia De Gama. I would like to know what we can do to reach out across linguistic differences through scholarship. So I think that's just to add.
That's okay. That's thank you very much. You guys have asked me very difficult questions, and I wish I could just throw in the towel and say, unfortunately, I would not be able to answer that, and I will leave it to the Afronomic Academic Forum to answer. But these are very critical questions that have been asked. I think I will take it from or use a question about policymakers. How do we engage policymakers? You see, there's been across the continent, we've seen this disjuncture. You know, there's this connection between policymakers and the academic community. So the gown is no longer speaking to the town. The town, I mean, so, you know, and of course we all have our own parts to blame there. But what policymakers have become, you know, more, so they don't really, perhaps they don't see any reason in reading many of the things we write anymore. They find them too technical, and they don't have the patience to read 20 pages and things like that. And one of the key things, at least, and I will advise you to read, I'll post it on the comment now, Mutundi Murauzi's editorial note on the Public Law Corner on how to expand the research. He actually cited an interesting article titled "Prof, No One is Reading You." And that speaks to our work, because if we want to also engage, I'm not saying that people who are in our policy space, I'm not saying that they do not, some of them actually are very, they're very antagonistic towards academic scholarship. They think, you know, you guys in the academia shout too much, you only speak big English, nobody understands you, and you're too activist minded and things like that, or too conservative and things, you know. But perhaps we also need to start learning the art of presenting our issues in an easy to read and digest format. And that is why spaces like the Conversation Africa, for example, are becoming very important, because if after writing your 20-page, 25-page work, where you've used lots of isms and lots of big words, perhaps you could also do things that are easily digestible, because people in practice, especially our politicians, do not have time. And I'm not talking of Africa alone. You find it also in Asia, you find it in Europe. You don't have the time to sit and read 30 pages of articles. But again, just because our practitioners, our policymakers at times would feel they also want to engage in more, practical issues and want to, deal with China the way they want to deal with China. They don't need a professor from University of Kinshasa to explain to them how to deal with China, because they understand it. And of course, they get into all sorts of mistakes, right? Because many of the things that they're looking for have already been discussed by the professor from Kinshasa, in any case, on how to engage China, but because they're not, going through it and things like that. So perhaps that should also not stop us. We should keep knocking on those doors, keep writing, and, and that's all we can do, but ensure that also from our side, we make our works easily digestible. We make our work easier, and of course, put them on platforms through which they will be able to look at. There are no easy answers to this, but at least that's a start. The second question on young scholars and publication, I think that's very, very important. And I remember writing an op-ed a blog article for Opinion Uris, where I actually paid homage to the likes of Afronomicslaw blog. And I said, if not for Afronomicslaw blog, many of us would not know young scholars who are writing and will be able to, and it's also psychologically, it's actually bolstered. Many of our young scholars across the continent, that they know that they can write things in short format, 800 words, 1,000 words, it will be published, it will be retweeted or cited, and they will not go through that rigorous, and when I say rigorous here, I'm also the gatekeeping. Of course, it has to be rigorous, obviously, but the thing is, they will not go through that gatekeeping, approaches that tries to fence out critical scholarship or people you deem are not, good enough to publish on those platforms. And I think young scholars on the continent should take advantage of all of these things, of these platforms, to be able to keep talking and knocking on doors as well. Knocking on doors, seeing things, of course, be active on social media. There are many people, of course, if not for social media, there are many scholars I would not even know about, both established and emerging scholars that I would not know about. And I will not even be able to read some of their works, and things like that. So we keep using all of these platforms. And of course, and I also referred to why we need to also cite many of these things. So in my own world, what I've done, I teach a master's program called Southern African Trade Law. One of the requirements, or one of the recommended text, is actually Afronomicslaw blog. That's one of the recommended texts. And I see that many of my students, at times when they write their assignments or even in exams, cite articles from Afronomicslaw blog. So we need to also be able to do that in our own little space, to say, okay, yes, you can read the books, you can read the articles, but you can also go here and maybe you see Nicola's article, or you see Nchiko's article and things like that. And, you might want to cite it in your assignment, right? Or cite it in your thing, or of course inspire you to also do more work. So I think that's very important, that at least you start there. And fortunately, we have those platforms. And also, of course, that also ties into your career, right? Because many people will read your work, you engage with scholars who will be able to also guide you and give you advice on how to proceed, on how to publish, and also give you the platforms to also publish. And I think the second part of the question was, what should we do? And I think it ties to what Ohio had asked earlier, in terms of how do we ensure that policymakers get to know what we're doing. Of course, we keep pushing, we keep writing, we keep doing all of these things, we keep presenting our language, we're presenting it in our languages, we keep knocking on doors, I was in a platform where the historian Toyin Falola had said, and he looked at the scholars and he says, "You call yourself professors here and all of those things. How many of you can supervise students in your mother tongue, right? In Yoruba, in Zulu, or in Isixhosa? You know, how many of you can do that? Or even read an article of about 800 words and things like that." So these are also some of the things we need to experiment with, doing things, going to the ground, grassroots, listening to voices of the marginalized and bringing them to the fore. And the Francophone Anglophone divide. I mean, that's a tale we need to keep stressing. How do we ensure? And Mawuto, I think you also have a part to play here. Fortunately, you are part of this forum, right? You've been able to engage with scholars, both emerging and established scholars, and you also have the advantage of being bilingual, you know. So perhaps the key thing you need to, is to tap into this and to find ways of also introducing some of these materials into your work. So for example, why not even engage in translation, right? Why not look at a work, for example, that speaks to an idea in international economic law you like so much? Then you translate it into French and you share it with your friends, right? Or you share with the university. If you, for example, invite anyone, you invite Professor Ohio here, you invite Professor Gatti, maybe you invite me to your platform, we'll speak. And you could also help us in terms with translation for some of us who can speak French, right? And all of those things. So it's very important that we create this community of a community of scholars and be able to engage in all of this work. And translation is very, very important. And that's, for example, I mean, perhaps the advantage you have over me, for example, because I can speak French or any other language. But the thing is, if you are able to, bring one's work or some of this work into that world, right? Or maybe some French work, some works written in French, and you want others, for example. I mean, Njiko also can do this, right? Njiko also speaks French fluently. He speaks and writes in French and in English. So maybe this is the task the likes of Njiko and Mawuto should actually be engaged in now, to see how many of the works in academic forum or even the Afronomicslaw blog can actually be transmitted in those languages and bringing it to a wider audience. I think that's what at least those are the steps we can take at this point. I think the last question was the funding. You see, many of our many organizations across the continent at times don't really want to fund, and I know it's a very controversial thing to say. Some would rather want to fund, forget about STEM. They want to fund things that quick gains, right? Shows and things like that, and do not really see the values or the benefits of funding scholarship and the rest. And we keep seeing many of the entrepreneurs across the continent in the way in which they're establishing chairs in universities, and funding some of those projects. These are doors that we need to keep knocking. And another thing we need to also take into account is that not all our research, not all the works we do require funding. There's so many things we can do without funding in our work. There's so many things we can do. You would also even understand that many of the things that are funded by external funders, so some of the research funded by external funders do not necessarily require funding, but because people just need to report on things, they package this, they give it to external funders, and even external funders know that they do not require funding, but because they also on their side. So you're looking at the supply and demand side. On their side, they need to push this money and they need to look good, right? They need to say, at least we've been able to fund African research here and there and things like that. So perhaps if we're able to understand that many of these things we do not require funding, some, maybe I shouldn't say many, but some do not require funding, then we start by doing those things that do not require funding, right? And hoping that, we're able to kind of present and show it to the wider society. And perhaps one of the key things that we also need to take into account is to also gain, the trust. So if we, for example, have to engage in field research, right, on experiences, we also need to shed, this kind of superiority complex in the academia of thinking that we know more than the rest. So if we're able to gain the trust of people in the grassroots, and engaging more with them and not seeing them as an object of fascination or the way they will be seen by international NGOs and celebrities. If we're able to engage with them properly and we say, this is what we are doing and all of those things, they would open their hearts to us and minds. And we do this kind of collaborative research, and we're able to present some of those things. But of course, funding is key. And we're beginning to see that many African governments are also not funding universities anymore. There's decrease in funding, decrease in funding for humanities and all of those things. Of course, we need that to happen. We need our billionaires to, African billionaires to also fund many of these projects, put their money into quality research in our universities and in our societies, so that we are able to also speak to our people in the language that they understand, and we're able to do research that also impacts positively, and our people, can really see the benefits. One of them, and I will not mention his name now, or else I'm sued here. But anyways, one of Nigeria's top technocrats, and in one of his speeches, I think he was in France, I can't remember, in one of those platforms, I saw it on YouTube, and he goes on this kind of in fancy English, goes on like, I don't understand, the problem with scholarship in Africa. Why are you studying philosophy, for example? Why do you want to, he says, I see many of the students, they're going on about, I am, therefore I think, therefore I am. Like, we don't need that in Africa. What we need is science. What we need is engineering. I felt that was very responsible of him. These are issues. We need to understand the additional basis of some of the things we are doing, right? I'm not saying that people shouldn't study engineering, but that kind of thinking from him, and he was also part of government at some point, that part of thinking from him informed, and that's informed the basis of, kind of reducing funding to also to universities, to say, well, where would you do international economic law? We don't need that. Where would you do philosophy? We don't need that, and things like that. I think we must be multidimensional in our thoughts. Yeah.
Yes. Sorry to cut you short, Prof.
Yes.
We'll just slightly short our timing.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
You have excellently addressed all the questions raised, and I will have opportunities to really, dig into this, as the conference progresses. Please, once again, on behalf of everyone here, we just want to say a very massive thank you. And there are some details right now in the chat function on how the next session is supposed to run. So we'll be starting in about a minute. So please just look in the chat function, and you would see that there is the two panels. And so based on the program, please can you check one of the technical team will direct you if you need any assistance with that, or what panel stream to join. Once again, please can we just celebrate our keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Professor Agoibo. Okay, yes, so we'll start at okay, yeah, that's now.
Hi, also, just so you know, if you're wanting to attend panel 1A, which is on lessons from the World Trade Organization, you can stay right where you are. If you're wanting to attend panel B, which is relating to intellectual property, you may already see a button that says breakout rooms, or you may need to click the 3 dots and where it says more at the bottom of your screen and then it says breakout rooms. You can click breakout rooms, and then you can, if you scroll to the bottom, you will see 1B, Tech and IP Law in Africa, and you can click to join that. So I hope that's clear. And if you can, please join that now if you plan on attending that session.
Okay, good morning to everyone. We are now going to start the first panel. And first of all, just to appreciate the keynote speaker. I loved the presentation, and I knew that I would love the presentation. Prof always speaks with so much wisdom and passion and empathy that I hope that we are all inspired, because I truly am inspired. And it will be very remiss of me to not acknowledge and to thank those people, including Prof, who came up with this brilliant idea of this academic forum. And I really hope that all the young scholars really appreciate, and even as mid-career scholars and other more established scholars, we really appreciate the paradigm shift that this represents, because we're living in the most interesting of times now that we're able to have these kinds of conversations about Eurocentricity, about our place as Africa in the international economic law system. And now in this panel, we're going to have speakers who are going to talk about various topics. And what you'll notice is that there'll be a lot of resonance with what Prof has said in his keynote. So our speakers for today will be talking about those issues such as critical approaches to international economic law, about the need for self-introspection, about the need for appreciating our unique circumstances as African countries. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce the first speaker, which is Gerald Ndobia, and he will be presenting on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement and the SPS Agreement, Insights for Africa. And basically his presentation will be looking at how the CFTA has modeled its annex on SPS, on the WTO SPS agreement. And then he questions and he approaches it from a critical perspective of the advantages and the disadvantages of this modeling and this cut and paste effort that we have taken. So please, Gerald, take the floor.
Hello, everyone. I hope I can be heard.
You certainly can. You may proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and for this very opportunity to present my blog paper entitled The African Continental Free Trade Area and the SPS Agreement, Insights for Africa. My name is Gerald Ndobia, Bako student, currently in Uganda. So one thing that we'll have to understand about the AFCFTA currently is that it is the biggest trading bloc with a membership of over 54 member states aimed to create a unified continental market composed of approximately 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP of over 3 trillion. So this is a huge group of member states choosing to trade amongst each other, and hence various things become very particular to it. And specifically from an African point of view is that Africa is a major agricultural hub, that meaning that it produces very large amounts of agricultural products. Seen from the past 30 years, it has been on an increase of up to 160%. But then this then becomes critical for purposes of ensuring that the safety of individuals is protected through the SPS measures, but also the fact that African countries are allowed to trade without any bar of non-tariff barriers. And it's from this background that then we have the WTO SPS agreement, as well as Annex 7 of the agreement, of the AFCFTA agreement. So what is the SPS agreement? And of course, one thing that we'll have to understand majorly is that the SPS agreement expounds on the obligations under the chapeau of the GATT 1994. specifically Article 20B that provides for protection of humans, animals, and plants. So the SPS agreement is modeled to ensure how it lays down a little more elaborate provisions on how these obligations under the chapeau of the GATT 1994 are meant to be met. So it is meant to prevent domestic SPS measures from having negative effects on international trade and being misused for protectionist purposes. And of course, this can be seen clearly in the trade ban of Ugandan and Tanzanian maize by Kenya, where it was unjustifiable to the point that they had to lift the ban after 4 days, even though the argument was that Ugandan and Tanzanian maize had a lot of aflatoxins. But of course, these measures are quite critical because they can either inhibit trade or be a catalyst to trade, a catalyst to trade in the sense that they ensure that healthy goods are being transported amongst member states. So inhibit trade in ensuring that some member states use the SPS measures to protect themselves from interests of any other goods. So one thing that we can note under the AFCFTA is that most of the provisions therein actually are more of a regurgitation of the WTO SPS agreement. It is more of a copy and paste, and that is why the hypothesis of this blog is that if the challenges that have continuously inhibited African countries in the WTO general trading system are not addressed by a number of member states of Africa, those same challenges will equally inhibit the implementation of Annex 7 of the AFCFTA. And I say this based on the fact that the AFCFTA is more of a small WTO that is in place currently. So I'm going to use just 2 case studies to show I'm very grateful to Afronomicslaw. In the process of writing this very blog, it informed my LLB dissertation, which I'm going to probably share a link in the chat box for anyone who would want to dive into some of the critical aspects I explained on the SPS and the AFCFTA. So just 2 examples. One is harmonization. Now, Article 8 of the Annex provides for the fact that there should be a harmonized SPS system within the African states. That is, of course, having been set out by the international bodies, that is Codex, IPPC, and OIE. And of course, these standards are set so that countries get to follow the guidelines therein. But there are a number of challenges that then arise from, as far as African countries, that arise from these particular standards. And specifically some questions such as, what is sufficient science? This is one issue that has not ideally been addressed a lot, because there is no particular threshold that has been set to amount to what is sufficient science. And of course, this is based on the changing nature of science in all. And that is why most SPS regimes have come up with a precautionary principle to ensure that usually countries proceed on the side of caution. But the side of caution is problematic because usually these countries put up regulations that are then therefore impossible to meet. And this can be seen in the citrus dispute, that is EU and South Africa, where the standard that had been put in place was a little too high for the South African citrus farmers to meet, and they decided to give up on the trade. And equally, the EU-Kenyan fish dispute, where the FAO went ahead to even say that the standards that had been put in place by the EU were equally ambiguous. And this tends to point out to the challenges that African countries have. And these are specifically issues to do with, for example, lack of technical capacity to meet international thresholds. And of course, this includes the thresholds that are even a little too high for the countries to meet. But also the spaghetti bowl of SPS frameworks in regional economic communities, where, for example, we are seeing that the ESC has its own SPS threshold as well as the SADC. But of course, issues such as the tripartite FTA of Africa that are trying to harmonize the SADC, ESC, and COMESA are highly appreciated, and it's one of the recommendations that I make that African countries need to take up. So also, there's also the issue of the fact that there's a problem to, it's a problem to small scale holder farmers in various countries, since they're not recognized in their own countries, to participate in the global trading system. And of course, these farmers usually also use poor pesticides that are not recognized. So whereas a particular pesticide may be recognized here in the ESC, it may not be recognized in the SADC or in the EU. So at the end of the day, when we use that particular pesticide, it gets to affect how we get to trade with the other countries. And then the second example then that I can use is equivalence. So Article 7, of course, provides for equivalence. And of course, interestingly, it's informed by the differences in geographical, climatic, and epidemiological conditions prevailing in different areas, which is a good thing because it tends to provide at least for the differences that do exist within the particular countries. However, when you look at the guidelines on implementation of Article 4 of the SPS agreement, they indicate that a long history of close working relationships is important for equivalence. But then in Africa, we have a 13% intra-trade between African countries themselves. If we are to compare it, of course, to the 60% in Europe and the 40% in North America, that would entirely mean that the day we choose to come up with our own implementation guidelines for the equivalence and Article 7, we shall have a problem because we have not been having these close working relations. And of course, this goes back to the fact that we have tried to follow the very high threshold that has been set up by the WTO trading system. So, which way for Africa? What should we do then? First of all, I suggest that more countries should take up places at the standard setting bodies. And of course, luckily, as of 2019, 4 of the 8 regional economic communities had operational regional SPS committees, working groups. 6 had WTO ad hoc observer status, and 6 had Codex observer status. So there is a need for African countries to continuously voice their opinions or their stance on what is affordable for the African states. And also there's a need for clarification on equivalence, whereas of course Annex 7, that is Article 8, provides for equivalence. There is no particular guideline that has been put in place on how the same will be met. And of course, herein I suggest that countries should desist from having a sameness of measures, because at the end of the day, that is why that is problematic, because it cannot be met based on the various economic deficiencies that the countries have.
Hello, Gerald. Sorry to interrupt. I think you're trying to share your screen, but I can't see anything on the screen. Can you confirm if you are sharing your screen?
Oh yes, I'm sharing my screen.
Oh, because we've not seen anything all this while. Yeah. Do you have a presentation? If you could send it to me, so I could project it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so sorry. Yeah, I've sent you my email, so in case, or you could try to project it again, possibly to go this time.
Also, for the sake of time, if you can just proceed. If we can't see it, that's fine. We can always get the slides later.
Okay.
So just proceed so that we do not run overrun.
Okay. I was making my very last point.
Yeah, there's no point. I mean, you're already on your last point, so just just conclude. Yeah.
So I was saying that there's a need for clarification on equivalence. That is, that countries should desist from sameness of measures. That is where the fact that since Kenya or the ESC has decided to undertake this type of measures, then the same should be undertaken by SADC. That will be problematic for the various countries in the AFCFTA to meet. But I was also equally saying that there's a need for member states to build capacity and infrastructure to undertake SPS measures. And here, of course, a number of trade lawyers should be able to facilitate and help regional countries or regional bodies in ensuring that they be able to meet the particular bare minimum standards that are needed. And lastly, there's a need to speed up the harmonization process. For example, the tripartite free trade area of Africa, where we're seeing the ESC, the SADC, and the COMESA coming together to have a uniform SPS regime. This will be helpful in ensuring that the trade amongst countries, amongst the AFCFTA, is one that Africa can leverage for ensuring that they have a thriving agricultural goods trade. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Gerald, for gracing us with that beautiful presentation. I really, really want to commend you for tackling quite a difficult and challenging and technical issue. Equivalence and harmonization in the SPS regime is not for the faint of heart, and you've done that very, very well. So I kudos to you. And just to give a context to Gerald's presentation and how it fits in within the theme of critical and contextual perspectives on international economic law, Gerald has talked about how the SPS agreement has been in the CFTA has been a copy and paste effort from the SPS agreement in the WTO. And this is what we've been talking about the need for Africa to adopt its own critical approach to what it takes from the West and what it does to take cognizance of its own regional perspectives and contexts. And Gerald does that very well by discussing about the African context of small scale farmers and small scale agribusiness, and whether or not the WTO way of approaching SPS is actually appropriate for Africa. And he does also, as Prof said in his keynote, approach it from also introspection of, as African countries, what are we also doing to contribute to the issue? And he talks about the fragmentation of SPS measures in the different regional trade agreements. And he says that this is also something that needs to be addressed. And very well done, Gerald. I will just open the floor for 2 or 3 questions from the floor. If I could have technical support, maybe in terms of, in case I missed anybody. So please feel free. I'm sure that there are lots of questions. SPS is a very exciting area of international economic law. The floor is open. I recognize Muchina, but let me just see if there are other hands. I'll take 2 or 3 questions so that Gerald can answer them at a go. But I recognize Muchina.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, if you could just hold on. I just want to see how many other hands we'll have so that I can take 2 or 3 questions at a time for Gerald. So just hold your question, just 2 minutes. Yes, Muchina, can you hear me?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry for that.
Okay, can you please hold your question just for me to see if there are other questions? Yes. If there are no other questions, then I will give Muchina the floor, and then Gerald will answer. I don't see any other hands, so please do go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sotang. It's quite nice to meet you again. I don't know if you remember, we have met before somewhere earlier this year. All right, Gerard, I really liked your presentation on the SPS agreement and its application in the African context. But I have two questions, and one is on your view on standards, where you said that some of these standards are too high for African countries to meet, and there isn't that technical capacity. So my question is, how do you propose that African countries move forward with regards to standards? Because I wouldn't expect for importing countries to lower their standards for the sake of African countries to be in a position to export into their countries. So how do you propose they go about that? Then on the question of risk assessment, where you said that there is this issue of what really amounts to scientific evidence, sufficient scientific evidence, and you refer to the issue between Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. So I had the view of it's not really necessary for African countries to conduct a risk assessment or even prove that their science is sufficient, because they always have the option of taking risk assessment conducted by another country or some international organization and relying on that to put in place measures. So I really don't see how that could be problematic for of African countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mutina, for those two brilliant questions. So,
okay, Gerald, just to ask, I do want you to give a good answer, but just to ask if you could try to make it as short as possible because we're running over time a little bit. And also just to give a heads up to Ganyiso, I hope that he's also ready after Gerald has finished. Thank you.
Okay, so as far as standards are concerned, how should we go about this? Okay, at the end of the day, there's a bare minimum standard that is being set by the particular standard setting bodies. So there's no need for African countries to go below that. But then when you also look at, for example, Article 5.5 of the SPS agreement, it provides that an alternative level of protection can be undertaken by any country. And that is where the problem lies. Because most EU countries, for example, the one I used with Kenya and South Africa, they are proceeding under the alternative level of protection, which ideally is usually higher than that has been set up by the standard setting bodies. And they want the African countries to meet that particular threshold. So ideally, that is why the number of courts that have been, the number of decisions that have been at the WTO dispute system, they are either saying, well, whereas the standard it was a little too high, whereas you have the obligation or the benefit of setting an alternative level of protection, it was a little too high because they usually need the sameness of the measures to be undertaken by states, which ideally is a little too high. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Gerald. I hope that that's clarified things, Muchina. Very nice to hear from you as well. So going forward, we'll just have a quick change of how we're approaching it. So what we'll do is we'll have the next two speakers do their presentations, and then at the end, we can have a round of questions to ensure that everybody gets an opportunity to present. And if I could just ask you to note your questions as they're presenting, and then we can have a round at the very end. So Ganyiso, I invite you to please give your presentation. If you need to share your screen, please do so, and we will say if we can see your screen this time. Ganyiso, are you ready? Is Ganyiso in the room? Tech, if you could assist me.
We can't see Ganyiso. Maybe perhaps we could go with Olavi, and then while we're looking for the whereabouts of Ganyiso.
Okay, thank you. I also don't see him. No, that'll be perfect. Okay, so Olavi, I hope that you're ready. Olavi, could you please confirm if you're in the room?
Yes, I'm in the room.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Good to see you. So everybody, I would like to introduce you Olavi Nangolo, and the topic of his presentation is looking at the SADC Tribunal through the eyes of the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism. And he'll be looking at how the SADC Tribunal has been changed from being a strong rules-based system in comparison to the WTO's dispute settlement mechanisms. And he provides lessons from the WTO as well as cautions for the SADC Tribunal. So I will confirm that we can see your slide. I would only ask if you could please go to slideshow. It's actually more clearer for us if you present it as a slideshow. You gotta go to the right a little bit, yes, and then start from the beginning. Perfect. All right, Olavi, without further ado, you have 10 minutes for your presentation. Looking forward to hearing your insights.
Thank you very much. As introduced, my name is Olavi Nangolo. I'm from Namibia. I have an LLB from the University of Namibia. I'm a legal officer in the Ministry of Justice, Directorate of Public Prosecutions, and I'm also a regional representative of the Afronomicslaw Academic Forum, Southern Africa. And it is in that capacity that I'm giving this presentation today. So as you can see, my title is looking at the Southern African Development Community Tribunal through the eyes of the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism. So this is the outline of my presentation, background of and the problem, the main findings, and then the recommendation and reasons. The background and the problem. The troubles with the tribunal really started when a certain Mr. Mike Campbell took the Zimbabwean government to the tribunal over its land policy program. And the program entailed or involved the expropriation of land without compensation. The tribunal then found in favor of Mr. Campbell that the program actually violated Article 4 and 6 of the SADC Treaty. Thereafter, the Zimbabwean government then went on a lobbying spree, and as a result of that, it was decided by the summit of heads of state of SADC that a new tribunal be established, or a new protocol to the tribunal be adopted. It was in 2014 that a new tribunal was then adopted, and the main changes were that there was a removal of private access from the tribunal. In other words, people like Mr. Campbell can no longer go directly to the tribunal. Now, this obviously had major implications on the protection of human rights, the rule of law, as well as regional integration. And it received quite a number of criticisms in that regard. But not much has been written in respect of trade. What implications does this have on the trade or resolution of trade disputes within SADC, and hence the relevance of my presentation or my work in this regard? So the current protocol actually in Article 50 also came with a change that the jurisdiction of the tribunal is now optional, in that member states can now withdraw the signatures to the protocol, and therefore the jurisdiction of the tribunal will no longer be applicable to them. Obviously, this is a problem. And one of the problems that came about as a result of that Article 50 is the insufficient ratifications. Instruments were deposited, but then they can always be withdrawn, which is a problem insofar as operationalizing this tribunal or this new tribunal is concerned. So, however, the other reason for the insufficient ratifications or the operationalization of the tribunal is also that perhaps SADC member states are using or exploring non-legal means to settle trade disputes, or they are just doing what is called forum shopping. So what are my findings, or what were my findings in this regard? Apologies. Yes, so my findings were that trade dispute settlements were unaffected by the new tribunal. Private access, or let me just go one by one. They were unaffected in the sense that when I did a survey of case law heard by the tribunal, the old tribunal in its lifetime, it had 18 cases in total. And none of those were trade-centered. 0 cases on trade, and as they all dealt with either human rights or labor disputes and other areas far removed from trade. In any event, private access to international dispute resolution bodies is not unusual. In fact, member states usually litigate at those forums or those fora on behalf of private interests. So the removal of private access from the tribunal actually accords with the standard in international law. Let me look at Annexure 6 of the SADC Protocol on Trade. It is a duplication of the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism. In fact, it has been stated that it's one of the first instruments to actually import that WTO's framework in Africa. The WTO's framework is made up of panel process and then an appellate body. As it stands, we only have panels. The tribunal, when it becomes operational fully, it will serve as an appellate function within the overall dispute settlement process. So, as highlighted earlier, the tribunal is not fully operational. This is due to the insufficient signatures to the protocol and just general lack of political will to have this body up and running. But you might want to ask, why then should we be looking at the WTO? Because there has been reports that the WTO's own framework or own system is not working. In fact, the appellate body of the WTO as it stands is dysfunctional. And this is largely owing to the constituent members not being appointed. And this is as a result of objections raised by the United States. But that shouldn't really be a problem. Why do I say that? And here comes in my recommendations. For SADC in general is a rules-based system. And one of the fundamental components of a rule-based system is an independent and fully functional dispute settlement body. So in that line, there is a need to fully operationalize the tribunal on that score. If the tribunal is then fully operational, it would then mean that there will be some sort of jurisprudence coming from that system or from their decisions, which would then contribute to the jurisprudential development that is expected of a dispute settlement body like this tribunal. Thirdly, SADC member states also double as WTO members. So by making sure that the tribunal is fully operational and aligns with the structure and not so much the politics of the WTO, we then create a sense of familiarity with the WTO's system, how it works. Of course, there has been, why do I say this? There has been cries from scholars indicating that most African countries do not participate in the dispute resolution system of the WTO. So by creating this familiarity, we then make sure we open some sort of gate for SADC member states to find their way eventually to the WTO. Of course, there may be other factors involved, but that's not really that's outside the scope of this presentation. Fourthly, it's to create certainty and predictability for developmental reasons. Why do I say this? It has been noted that most African countries and developing countries do not or have or are left behind insofar as development is concerned. And this is, for one of the reasons is the uncertainty and the lack of predictability of their judicial systems. So if we fully then implement and fully operationalize the tribunal, then certainty and predictability ensues, and then that then gives investors the confidence that the disputes that they might have will be dealt with as per the global standards. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience.
Thank you very much, Olavi. for that wonderful presentation. You can stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Thank you. For me, I really enjoyed your presentation, and my favorite part about it is where you discuss the absence of an active and vibrant court and how this limits jurisprudential development. And it takes me back to what Prof was saying about the need for knowledge creation in Africa. And if we don't have a functional and vibrant court, it means that it hampers research into law and practice into trade law on the continent. And if we're not researching and practicing on trade law, it means that the development of our jurisprudence is obviously going to be culled in a sense. And secondly, I also like the holistic approach to your presentation. I like how you talked about the impact of, or the correlation between the legal environment in terms of how it can bring about predictability and the importance of predictability in the legal environment and in the judicial system to the attraction of investment, and obviously then the promotion of trade and development. That was very nicely done correlation. And also what Prof said in the morning about our constant northern gaze looking towards the West for how to do things. You also talked about that in terms of looking at the WTO, but I appreciate that within the context of the conference, you therein adopted a critical approach, because as much as you did look at the WTO dispute settlement mechanism, you are not advocating that we should take it, cut and paste into our own regional economic communities, but you looked at the pros and cons and you interrogated the failures and the challenges of the WTO dispute settlement mechanisms and how we can be advised from that in order to avoid the same challenges. So that was a really nicely done presentation. And just to make an announcement that we unfortunately have some problems with Kanyiso. He's unable to be with us today. Apologies for that. So I will open up the floor for any questions on Gerald's presentation on the SPS agreement in the WTO and how that has influenced the African Continental Free Trade Area in terms of its annex on the SPS, as well as questions on Olavi's presentation on how the WTO dispute settlement mechanism can provide lessons for the regional economic community's own dispute settlement mechanisms. So the floor is open. I am looking out for any hands that are raised. And as usual, I'll try to wait until there's 2 or 3 hands so that I can open the floor for a good round of questions. And if you don't want to speak, if you're not too comfortable speaking, you are more than welcome to post your question in the chat. I have the chat open, and Olavi, there are so many complimentary statements about your presentation being very well organized and very interesting. So I hope that after you present, you'll have a glance at the chat and receive your flowers. I see a hand from Professor Simo. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Moderator, for your for giving me the floor, and thanks the presenter for this.
Sorry, Prof, we're unable to hear you. Can you just check your mic?
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Merci, continue.
Okay, thank you. I was just saying that I was just thanking you guys for the presentations, the presenters this morning for their presentations, and I wanted to comment or at least ask a question about the dispute settlement mechanism. I was wondering whether the presenter has thought about what can be done differently to not to repeat the same mistakes that the WTO has done in terms of appellate body crisis that he just mentioned in his own paper. So I was wondering whether he has thought about how to, or at least prevent powerful countries from doing the same thing that the US has done to the WTO dispute settlement mechanism, and what could be done differently, because as he probably, or as he has all highlighted, the AFCFTA, for instance, has copied the same mechanism And does he think, and what can be done to avoid the same mistakes from happening in the African context? Or whether he can think about that at least.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that question. Olavi, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Professor, for the direction. It's something I will definitely pursue. I didn't think of it for purposes of this blog, but it's something I can definitely pursue at a later stage. The paper is still might be a work in progress, so I can always develop it further and look at that particular aspect. Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you. And I just wanted to bring in, because Kanyusa submitted a very interesting paper. It's a little bit sad that he's not here to present it, but I could also say that he also looks at the WTO dispute settlement mechanism, and he looks at the fact that there's very little participation in the system from African countries. And he says that although African countries, numerically speaking, have the majority in the WTO, but in terms of their influence, the influences is very small. And he talks about the dominance-dependence relationship of the developing countries vis-a-vis the developed countries, and how this impacts the ability of the developing countries to approach the WTO whenever they have issues with measures by the developed countries. These are very interesting issues. And he does bring up this issue of the hegemons, that, you know, we have these very strong countries in the WTO, your United States of America, your Germany, the EU, and how they use their political and economic power to influence what happens in the organization. And as Prof is saying, we still have hegemons even here on the African continent. If you look at all the regions, you can point to who is the hegemon in Southern Africa, in Western Africa, and Central Africa. And so I think it's a very interesting approach to say that we do also have to look at how the West has tried to balance the powers, and how we can also approach the balancing exercise in our own uniquely African way. I also had a question, if you did come across it in your research, did you find out why the countries in SADC have not yet ratified this new agreement on the tribunal? Because I would think that they would have been happy and quick to ratify, if now it seems that the jurisdiction has been watered down, that private individuals can no longer approach the tribunal. But even with this watered down version, they're still not ratifying. Do you have an idea why?
Unfortunately, I do not have an idea, but I can only assume that perhaps they still want to pursue non-legal means of resolving disputes, or they go to other fora. Those are the only possible explanations I can find, but I didn't quite investigate that aspect. Yeah.
Okay, that's not a problem. I think that it would be interesting for you to see if you can find anything that is written, but if in order to fix your presentation ahead of publication. So my question, I remember that George is still around, and my question is to the both of you, because the both of you discussed the issue of insufficient capacity, both in terms of human capacity and financial capacity, technical capacity. And this is a very important theme for us as Africans, because lack of capacity impedes our ability to implement much needed reforms that would assist our trade and development. And I wanted to ask the two of you, what do you believe needs to be done in order to augment the capacity of African countries, either individually or in the RECs? Because we'll notice that the traditional view has been look to the West for capacity, ask for technical assistance from outside. And as Prof said, this assistance that comes from outside is not without strings attached. So what can we do as Africans to build our capacity in a way that does not perpetuate our dependence on the West, and in a way that will allow us to build capacity in a way that fits our own context and where the gaps are? So I will invite George to answer first, so that you can take a break and have something to drink, because you've been talking, and then you can answer from your own perspective of dispute settlement mechanisms. George.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think the number of strategies that can be taken will be Afrocentric in themselves. For example, if you see the
I'm so
AU
sorry,
in the African.
Gerald, I'm so sorry. I called you George. Your name is Gerald. Apologies.
That's totally fine. So I was saying that currently the AU has put in place a section of ensuring technical capacity. That is the AU Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources and the Inter-African Phytosanitary Council. So what these bodies have to do, they have to help governments set up analytical laboratories with a capacity to undertake chemical and microbiology analysis of products. So in such a circumstance, they need not fly to the European countries to pick people who can do that, based on the fact that them in themselves have the capacity, but it's just because it's currently centered at the AU and has not been disseminated to various countries to undertake the same. And of course, there's a need for countries also to have a clear national policy on food, animal, and human standards that specifically are meant to help in adopting the international standards that have been set up by the Codex and the like. But also, one thing that is very critical for African countries to do is that they should involve the other particular parties, that is the farmers, the small holders, medium-sized enterprises, middlemen, in ensuring that they help in trying to help these farmers understand what exactly is required of them, because what they do, instead of using this particular pesticide, we can probably undertake this. And also there's a need to, from an academia point of view, there's a need for students to also learn specific subjects, for example, international economic law, but specifically understand things to do with SPS, so that this can help us get lawyers who understand that are for purposes of having standards such as the SPS being put in place in Africa. So I think those 4 measures are Afrocentric and can help inform the best strategies that African countries can take. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Gerald. Olavi, over to you.
Thank you, Professor. First, let me respond this way. Although we do not want to look at the West, the conceptual underpinnings of REX is Western. The whole model is Western, and we've adopted that. Secondly, we do not operate in a vacuum, and we intend, or the intention is to substantively or play a substantive role within the global trading space. So we are still going to interact with the West. So how do we then merge these two? I think the useful way to do this is by benchmarking, sending early scholars or early professionals to the West or to the WTO, see how it works, we benchmark, and then pick what is suitable to our context. I think that is the only viable option. We can ensure that we do not necessarily adopt the Western approach, but sort of localize it, if I may put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olavi. Thank you to both of you. I think that was very well done in terms of that question. Are there any other questions, any hands? I'm not seeing any hands. So because I do not see any hands, I would like to call this session to an end, and I would really like to appreciate the emerging scholars that presented today. It really takes a lot of courage to put your work out there and to lend your voice to the building of jurisprudence in this very important area. And I recall this saying, it's accredited to the Chinese, that says, "May you live in interesting times." And it is said that that is originally a curse, but now it has become a blessing. It is a blessing to live in interesting times. And I believe that we're really living in interesting times, as these presentations have shown us. We're living in a time where we're seeing young people who are engaging with these very interesting and monumental issues that need to be grappled with. And we really appreciate and we welcome your voices in the dialogue. And we just want to say that we appreciate your vigor and your curiosity, your hard work, and your openness to learning. And we are here for you. We would love to engage with you. And having said that, we wish you more interesting times in your futures ahead. I'm sure that we'll be hearing the names of Gerald and the names of Olavi going forward as some of the pioneers as Africa recovers her glory in the international trading system. And with that, I think it is time for the break in the program. I would like to ask anybody from tech who would like to make any announcements. But for me, thank you so much for a very interesting panel. I've enjoyed chairing and I appreciate the honor. Good morning, everyone.
Welcome everybody again to the second panel on contextualizing international investment law and policy in Africa. We have a very nice lineup of speakers today. Unfortunately, I've just been informed that one of them won't be with us this morning, which is kind of a shame because I was looking forward to hear this paper. But the three remaining papers are actually of outstanding quality, very insightful and interesting. And because we are skipping one speaker, I will still recommend our speakers to stick to the time, which is 12 minutes allocated for each of them. And so we're going to have a little bit more time for questions and discussions with our audience. I will introduce them in the order in which they are in the program of the conference for clarity. And we'll hear from the three panels and then we will discuss them. First, I will abuse my chair powers and provide some individual feedback, and then I will open the table for discussion. So the first of our speakers today is Sharon Nyaga, and the topic is the double-edged sword of FDI inflows to gender equality. So I'd like Sharon to join us, open her mic and camera, and well, I believe she can also share her slides if she has. So Sharon, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon Nyaga. I'm a regional representative to Afronomicslaw and currently a third-year law student at Strathmore University. So my paper is titled The Double-Edged Sword, Nature of FDI Inflows to Gender Equality. And I'd like to give 3 objectives so as to guide us when I speak on what I'll be presenting on. So the first objective is to look at the relationships between FDI and gender equality in general. And then the second one is to look at the assumptions of FDI inflows to gender equality in Kenya specifically. And the third objective is to give recommendations of the way forward. So going to our first objective, which is the relationship between FDI and gender equality. So the first point of understanding is what exactly is foreign direct investment. And in the simplified version, FDI is a purchase of an interest in a company by another company or an investor located outside its borders. So that's the general definition of what foreign direct investment entails. And now from the first objective, we were to determine the relationship between FDI and gender equality. And in my blog, I determined 2 relationships. That is, the first is that FDI is a contributor to gender equality. And second, that FDI is the shackle to gender equality. And this now gives rise to my title, The Double-Edged Sword, meaning that it can have favorable or unfavorable consequences. So going to the first assumption, that is the positive assumption, that is that FDI is a contributor to gender equality. We see that FDI contributes to any country's economic growth since it adds to a country's capital stock. Now, because of this growth, we expect that gender equality is present. So relationship of FDI to gender equality is governed by the Gender Development Index of any particular country. And how is this achieved, or how can this be seen? So increase in FDI inflows, increase in employment opportunities for women. However, this is an assumption that I'd like, or we all hope to be true. That is a positive assumption. That FDI inflows contribute to a country's economic growth. And so with an increase in FDI, there's an increase in employment opportunities for women and men, and then better living standards and better living wages. Now, the focus of my blog is on the negative assumption than focusing on the double-edged sword, that is that FDI inflows is contributes to the shackle of gender equality. And specifically, my jurisdiction, or the jurisdiction that I aim to analyze in this particular blog, is that of Kenya. And this shackle to gender equality with regards to FDI inflows only exists on the basis of a country's gender policy provisions. So one must consider the circumstances where investors are attracted to a particular country. And when we look at African countries in general, FDI inflows are mainly because of the extractive industries. So because of mining, oil and gas, diamonds, gold. So you see many investors come to these African countries to invest in the extractive industry. And so with Kenya being the framework of this particular blog, we have to look at why are these investors particularly attracted to Kenya, and one of the reasons is the extractive industry. However, I do not go into detail about this in the blog. I only look at how their inflows or how the attraction to Kenya is coupled with high gender inequalities. And so how do you determine whether FDI inflows contribute to a rise in gender inequalities? First of all, you have to look at the areas in which a particular country, and in this particular case, Kenya, is failing with regards to gender equality, and show how these FDI inflows have negatively affected that. So from my blog, I identified two particular sample areas, which is the first is education and the second is the job segregation. So in Kenya, when you look at the education margins between men and women, we see that especially in tertiary institutions, more men than women are enrolled in these particular institutions. And as a result, men end up acquiring white-collar jobs, if I might say, compared to women who end up at the bottom level or acquiring these low-level jobs. So with the rise in technological advancements, we see that investors, this rise in technological advancements has led to the increase in FDI inflows. And due to the level of education, more men enter into the job market when these investors come to Kenya. So if I may say, the labor market in that particular instance become defeminized due to the lack of equality in the education aspect. And then when you look at the second aspect, that is the job segregation, directly linked to the education part, we see that we look at something known as the forced participation rate, which measures an economy's active workforce. So the male labor participation force has remained consistently higher than the female participation. With this forced participation rate, we do not look at white-collar jobs or low labor jobs, but we look at all types of jobs, and we see that over time it has remained consistently higher, that men acquire jobs or have more get jobs, better jobs than women. So in this particular instance, we see that education is a prerequisite to the job market, and without lack of education, then we see that there's job segregation. So these two aspects now lead us to understanding how investors, when they come to Kenya, or when they come to any other country, but in this particular instance, Kenya, they continue to widen the gap of gender inequality. So if a country can actually solve these problems of gender inequality on their own, then they might be able to actually stop what I'm calling the double-edged sword of FDI inflow. So when investors decide to invest in Kenya and they find that there is the margin of gender inequality is non-existent or is actually really low, then they wouldn't be able to continue widening that much. And in my blog, I provide recommendations or the way forward to what can be done to actually stop this double-edged sword of FDI inflows. And I look at Gamaj Momodu's understanding or paper where she talks about gender equality and economic empowerment of women as an important factor for East African community countries, and Kenya being one of them. This paper is particularly relevant to understanding how we can actually stop this gender inequality. And she goes ahead to talk about how the struggle of women with regards to entrepreneurship is based on unemployment rather than anything else. Therefore, those prerequisites and those aspects that I looked at, that is education and job segregation, should first of all be handled by the respective countries, so that even when investors decide to come into that particular country, then they'll be able to find a favorable market to invest without the possibility of expanding this gender gap. Another recommendation is that Kenya needs to revise its gender responsive policies and introduce policies that consider education and access to resources and job segregation of women in the labor market. So this is a challenge to not only Kenya, but since my blog is based, the jurisdiction is Kenya, to actually look at the policies with regards to men and women in that particular country, and try to solve these emerging issues so that even when investors come, they find a favorable condition or a favorable market area. And the final recommendation is with regards to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So the AfCFTA considers African countries should consider allowing FDI inflows from fellow African countries, since the experiences of fellow African countries can be said to be on the same wavelength as their counterparts. So if an investment is from a fellow African country, it's imagined that the existence of these gender inequalities will be lower as compared to FDI inflows from other Western countries, if I may say so. So that could be a challenge in adopting most investors from African countries. Then this will be able to close the existing gap in gender inequalities. And with this, I'd like to, this is the end of my presentation, and I'm open to any comments and questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Sharon. That was an extremely insightful presentation. I have to say, excellent timing. That leaves us with quite some time. As I said at the beginning, we'll host the presentations all together, and then we can open the floor for discussion. But I've taken some notes on this amazing topic, and I'm just looking forward to the discussion. But before that, we still have two more papers to listen to. And the next one is the one by Takuzwa Mazire, and it's an interesting literature review on Africa-China relations with a specific focus on labor standards and technology transfers. So I would like to invite Takuzwa to open mic and camera and join us in virtual person.
Sorry, Prof. Could you please switch? And Chico has agreed, just because there's issues with internet connection.
Okay. So I can go to Vezora Karimo, yeah?
Or to Nchiko.
Okay. So, at this point, I would like to start then with Arnon Chico and Sydney Tambazi, who are presenting a rather sophisticated and insightful work on Dr. Stewart's competition regimes in the Caribbean community and Sub-Saharan Africa, thinking not only race, but also class. So, Nchiko and Sydney, are you guys with us? There you are. Yes.
Yes, we are. Yes. We
okay. Floor's yours then.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. I guess we are allowed to proceed.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So just a bit of background. We all know that Afronomicslaw.org just started like a blog, but then over time it started hosting a number of projects, and one of them has been the African Journal of International Economic Law, which released its inaugural volume in 2020. And one of the papers in the volume is by Dr. Taimon Stewart, who is an expert in competition law and policy in the Caribbean. So she had a paper in the volume, which was titled Competition Regimes in the Caribbean and Sub-Saharan Africa, a Comparison. And our presentation really is just a small reflection on this paper, on this article that the Daktari published with the African Journal of International Economic Law. So basically, we understand Dr. Taimon's major arguments to be that during European colonization in Sub-Saharan Africa and in the Caribbean, markets were really tailored around advancing the interest of a particular race, the interest of the Europeans. So they were tailored around the capture of wealth by the Europeans to the exclusion of the rest of us, to the exclusion of like Africans and generally Black people when we take Sub-Saharan Africa and the Caribbean together. So now these markets tend to be export-oriented. So basically, even during European colonization, we all know our continent, the third world, is being plundered, and all these resources are taken to the metropoles. So now Dr. Taimon like argues that even after independence, this exclusion, which is really racial exclusion, continued, because after independence,
post-colonial leaders, they just stepped into the colonial power structures that were there, and then markets continue to be export-oriented. When we look even at state companies or multinational corporations coming to work on the continent or in our various countries. So the idea is of this market which is export-oriented. When we look at it even during the post-independence era, there was still like somehow racial exclusion because the markets are still benefiting really people of a certain race, Europeans, to the detriment of the masses. So the markets are really advancing only certain interests. That's a major argument. We really consider this is really, really important, but our small addition is that maybe if we interrogate further the nature of European colonial power, we could get to a nuanced understanding of the way markets operate, of the way the competition regimes in both the Caribbean and in sub-Saharan Africa operate. And now when we go to the nature of the colonial power, we've been forming our conceptual framework just to make sense of all these things around the work of an Africanist, Mahmoud Mamdani. So who was speaking of the way colonial power was either direct rule or indirect rule, and at some point a mixture of both. Let's go to the Caribbean first, just a small example. So there was a Spanish rule in the Caribbean for over a century, but it was direct rule. By direct rule, what we mean is that the settlers come and they control the colonized, and directly, they manage them directly without any support of the people who are being colonized themselves. But now doing this, someone just coming to your land to start controlling you and managing you, it was really hard. So direct rule, proved to be unstable because there are always retaliations. So like in the Caribbean, we had Caribbean chiefs and leaders retaliating like every now and then. But now the colonial project was really, really smart. And Europeans are also like really, really smart. So now what they did, they went for indirect rule because direct rule was really illegitimate. You can't just come to my land and you say you are going to rule over me. So by indirect rule, now what they did was they're going to come to our land, but they're going to rule us through our leaders, through our chiefs. Yeah, so now by doing this, everything is going to look legitimate because in any case, a member of this particular nation, let's say the Bushi nation or like the Kikuyu nation, but then it's still my leader who is ruling over me. But the ruler is being dictated by the Europeans. So Europeans, like, he's still advancing the colonial project. So our point is really, we'll be missing a particular important nuance if we focus on how we decolonized were excluded from the power structure. So we have also to focus on how we've been incorporated into the power structure and the ramifications that come from that. So I'm going to hand over to my co-author and brother, Sidney Tambasi, to continue from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nchiko, and it's a pleasure to make this presentation before the forum. So he's introduced me. My name is Sidney Tambasi, also a member of the Afronomics Academic Forum, currently based at Kabarak Law School. So I'll pick up from where he left. Now, in studying Caribbean, we based our example on, just setting up the timer. In studying Caribbean, we based our example on Guyana, a country in Caribbean and mostly associated with Walter Rodney, whose book, How Africa Underdeveloped Africa, is celebrating its 50th anniversary. So we have to mention that. Now, Guyana is a tricky country in the sense that there was contestation first as to whether it was under direct rule and indirect rule. Remember, our main argument is that through the inclusion of the native leaders into the colonial government, by indirect rule, were they then granted this opportunity to access power, so to say. But Guyana, there are scholars, for instance, such as Matthew Lang, who argued that Guyana was strictly under direct rule. Yet further studies have shown that have shown that even before Guyana gained independence in 1966, there was already indications or instances that showed that the ruling colonialists, who are the British, helped to incorporate Africans into positions of power. So while we know that colonial rule, the indirect rule of the British specifically, gained its maturity in sub-Saharan Africa much later, and even gained the name indirect rule in itself. At this time in Guyana, I will point to 2 points, to 2 instances in their history before independence that show the incorporation of the natives into the colonial government. In 1953, when they enacted their constitution, they allowed for a general election to take place, in which case Chedi Jagan won. However, when Chedi Jagan could not conform to the pressure and the directions of the British, he was ousted from power in favor of Burnham. And this was done by the British themselves. Now, later in 1964, when another general election was conducted, the British, and this time with also the influence of the Americans, were able to install Burnham from power, yet Burnham did not enjoy the legitimacy of the majority of the population. So this was anti-democratic in a way, because a leader was installed that was not favored by the majority. So in that sense, when the natives gained power, and these natives we know are middle-class natives who were close to the colonial administration, that is mostly Burnham and his government, then they start to establish systematic measures to exclude competition, to exclude anybody who was competing with them in Caribbean. Now, the 2 main competitions came from, of course, the foreign capital, which was the former British colonizers, and secondly, by the masses. Although the masses are classified under what we found to be called petty capital, which means, in essence, petty capital could not compete with the middle class capital of the ruling government. So through measures such as nationalization of industries, protectionist measures against foreign and petty government, they were able to eliminate competition and take control of 80% of the economy in Guyana. Now, they did not stop here. They also took control of the judiciary, and they made appointments to the judiciary not based on the rule of law and not based on democracy, which is to say that if you are aggrieved in matters competition law, then you cannot go to the judiciary and expect to get redress from the judiciary, because then the judiciary, being part of the state, cannot go against the state, the executive in this case. Now, it is only in 2006 and 2011 where they enacted their competition laws and a competition commission came into play. But even then, this competition commission, studies have shown, for instance, Elena Fox and Mo Backham have shown that these competition commissions are still under the grip of the ruling class. And therefore, nationally, at the national level, there is, so to say, no redress. No redress with respect to competition matters. And the solution we present is that even though there is no redress at the national level, the community level, the regional economic community level, that is CARICOM, through the CARICOM Court of Justice, the people who are aggrieved when it comes to competition matters can find their refuge here. And for this, we use the example of the regional trade agreement courts in Africa, specifically the East African Court of Justice, the ECOWAS Court of Justice, and the SADC Tribunal. Now, how these 3 courts have been able to issue bold decisions that are anti-ruling classes in their countries is through civil society lobbying, because you understand that judges don't look for cases. Cases come to judges. And therefore, civil society has been able to lobby for cases to go to these courts. Domestic activists as well as legal practitioners, because decisions are made at any courts based on the arguments made by legal practitioners. And lastly, by the courts themselves, making progressive and bold decisions against ruling classes in regions where sovereignty is very much guarded. And Obiara Okafor, in studying Serap versus Nigeria, calls this interpretative choices of judges, that they can as well choose not to make these bold and progressive decisions, yet they do. So in the East African Court of Justice, we have seen them transform from the natural conception, which was a regional trade court, to an environment court. For instance, in the case of African Network for Animal Welfare versus Tanzania, where they issued a decision against the government, which wanted to construct a road inside the Serengeti National Park. And we have
Sydney, sorry, if I can ask you to wrap it up, because we are running out of time here.
Okay, sorry, thank you for that. For instance, James Katabazi versus Uganda, where they make human rights decisions. We have the SADC tribunal in Mike Campbell versus Zimbabwe, where they make human rights, where a regional trade court makes human rights rules in favor of human rights of a class in the community, and also in the ECOWAS Court of Justice through the Serap versus Nigeria. So these are instances through which, even though these courts were trade in nature, they can rule in environment and human rights matters. And these actors that I have mentioned in the Caribbean can borrow from from these regional courts in Africa to transplant them to Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Nshiko and Sydney for an extremely interesting presentation. And I would like to personally thank you guys for a very creative and fantastic use of the chat to interact with the audience whilst they were talking. It's the first time I see that doing, and I really wonder now why no one has ever think about this before. So nicely done. Thank you very much. Okay, so I've been informed that Takudzva is now with us. She must have solved her problems with the internet. So would you like to take the floor?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. Are you able to see me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Takudzwa, and the topic that I'll be presenting today is an analysis of the literature review of Africa and China relations before and post COVID-19. So the research is primarily, or the blog wanted to investigate to see the impact of the pandemic on the relationship and how Africa can leverage the relationship in order to get out of the situation that the continent finds itself in. So the Africa-China economic engagement is increasingly being academically researched, and it is also in the media. However, over the past decades or years, we have noticed that it was mostly negativity coming from those sources. And as things changed, we began to see changes and improvements. And some of the issues that has been highlighted that are core that are associated with Chinese investments in Africa is in particular issues such as labor practices and skills and technology transfer and the impact of COVID-19. The importance of those problems is that Africa needs job employment. It also needs skills and technology to rise out of the situation that it finds itself in. So I would just start by giving off the literature review of the events that occurred before 2020 years. So according to research, for example, there is a Guardian newspaper that describes Chinese behavior as they went to the offices, and then one of the worker claimed that there were regular beatings and miserable pay conditions, which under international law, any international law, appears to be illegal. However, what has happened or occurred was that when coronavirus started, apparently started in China, but we saw on the news there were reports of Africans facing racism and discrimination in many provinces in that country, which raises the questions of under Chinese investments in Africa, should we only focus on the events that occurs here on the continent, or also how our people are treated how our business people are treated also in China, for example, in cases like this. Just a moment, please. So there is a book titled Chinese Investments in Africa, Labor Perspective. Tang examined the benefits that is accrued by Africans from Chinese employment. The study investigated experiences in Angola, Ethiopia, Zambia, and Egypt. And this therefore covered a wide experience on the continent, all with different economic conditions, political and legal cultures. They particularly studied the accusations of low wages, poor conditions, and lack of training. He dismissed this criticism of employment practices by Chinese company by employing their own workers on the projects as not being supported by data. And he further argued that there was actually a mix between local and Chinese worker, which also dismissed the accusation of employing 100% Chinese or imported workers. However, you also notice that that is part of their culture, and some countries like Angola, which was post-war in that period when they were in Angola, there was very lack of local skilled labor in that condition, in which they bring in their own workers to ensure that their projects run smoothly and also at a pace that is satisfactory to the government, the host government. The same author also criticized or addressed the critics of low wages, and he said that based on interviews conducted in Ethiopia, mostly in manufacturing sectors, showed that people earned different salaries at different levels. For example, $600 to floor managers, $40 to assembly lines, and $100 to technicians, which basically address that they have a system where they have different payment systems, just like we do, just like we have in all other countries. And criticisms should not only be put on Chinese companies if other companies or if other foreign companies are not being judged by the same standard. Yes, so basically the research noted that most accusations were based on stereotypes, things that cannot be proven. However, having found ourselves in this position now, having disapproved that there is a transfer, there is job employment, there is transfer of skills in the relationship. The question now arises, when the COVID started, that means countries had to lock down and economic activities was impacted. So one of the most important or critical event that occurred when African business people were being mistreated in China was that the AU, the African Union, stepped in and issued a statement, and also some diplomatic, some embassies in Nigeria also put in action, something that we had never seen under the relationship. Now, the importance of that is that to me, it's something that is akin to African agency. So it means that most of the issues that the relationship can face, be they political, economic, or trade, I believe that once Africa is not shy to exercise its voice or to exercise its position in the relationship, many things can be avoided. And it will be interesting, it will be interesting to see the projection, or rather the movement of African countries post COVID, because I believe that it's supposed to motivate the continent to come up with one policy that will deal with many issues associated with trade, to ensure that there is indeed mutual benefit in the relationship. So according to an article, a recent article titled "Long-Term Socioeconomic Impact of COVID-19 in African Context," it noted that there might be a shift for African countries from the traditional partners in Europe, US, and India to more of China, because those traditional countries might struggle to pick up from the impacts of the COVID. However, I chose to disagree with this view because it appears as if, in terms of trade and other areas of society, it's only a case of switching. It's a case of switching bosses, whereby the events themselves are supposed to have us push within to actually put forward and ensure that we put more energy and investments in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to ensure the effective implementation of that act. And what is also interesting is that in the recent FOCAC, I think it's Dhaka, they interestingly noted that both sides believe that Africa is a major partner for international cooperation and not an arena for power rivalry. So I believe that for Africa to finally accrue the benefits of the resources, they must use this COVID-19 event to ensure that they reposition themselves as a major partner, single partner, and not as a platform through which people can just take resources and go, or a platform through which they can have their own unique battles. So that is that, and I thank you.
Great, thank you, Tekutva. And just a little more housekeeping. Nicola, do you confirm that Vesora has withdrawn from the panel for today?
Yeah, she's unable to make it, so we can just go ahead with these participants.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so again, a little bit of housekeeping. Now spend a few words on each of the papers that we covered today. And I would like to invite anyone who wants to ask a question to our speakers or introduce a comment in a discussion to basically just simply write comment or question in the chat. I'm going to be monitoring, and I will give the word to whoever asked for it. And I will start obviously with Dominique in a second, who had a question in the chat for a while. So I would like to thank first the speakers for an extremely insightful session today. And this has been fantastic. And I'm pretty sure I speak for the whole audience in saying that we all learned quite a lot. I would like to start with Sharon, who wrote an extremely interesting post on gender equality and FDI in the African continent, which is particularly interesting in light of works like Sangwani Ngambi's on gender and investment law. And I think there was a particularly interesting insight on the relevance of countries' gender policies. I mean, we are sort of like, we tend to understand foreign investment law as something that only deals with public international law. We tend to often overlook the relevance of domestic policies in investment matters. But as Sharon pointed out, we have policies on gender equality on investment matters that are strictly linked to access to education and access to jobs markets. In the end, investment law, just like any other economic law issue, is not just an economic matter, is a social rights matter, is a matter of cohabitation and co-living. And one of the things that I will invite Sharon to comment is the origin of her study here, because one of the things that her paper reminded me of is the book by James Boyd White on the legal imagination, 1973, and most of all, Nicolas Perrone's recent book on the legal imagination in investment law and how the first investors have managed to shape a view, a political and social view of investment, which is based on the understanding that basically that investment is absolutely necessary and it should trump any other consideration, whilst in fact, as we know, that's not quite the case. So Sharon, would you like to spend a few words on the origin of the study?
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, the origin of this study is quite like really broad. So there are three factors that I considered. First is the general area of investment law. Since when writing it, I really wanted to write on a topic related to investment law. And while researching it, I saw a paper that was written by two Chinese authors where they discussed FDI inflows in particular countries, and they noted that it can have a positive and a negative effect, but theirs was based on the positive effect of FDI inflows to gender responsiveness in their country. And they noted that it contributes to empowerment of women and all those good things. However, they did not focus so much on the negative effects of the FDI inflows to gender equality. And that's one aspect that I wanted to focus on. And the second part was also a paper that was written by a dissertation that was written in Uganda, where the author focused on foreign direct investment in relation to the education sector. This was only one limb of what I focused on. And they noted that in considering FDI or investment into the country of Uganda, what investors look at is the level of education that people have attained so as to give them access to the job market and benefit from that particular investment. And so in writing my paper, I decided to incorporate those two things, the lack of the negative effect that was presented by the journal by the Chinese authors and this particular dissertation in Uganda. And in total, I came up with a negative effect of FDI inflows. I think the feminist legal theory was also a great addition to this particular piece, since it enabled, it gave the lens through which I was able to focus on gender equality and in particular the women's employment and the job segregation market with relation to women. I hope I've answered your question.
Oh yeah, that was actually very good, complete. Thank you, Sharon. So before giving the word to the audience on this, I would like to spend a few words on Nchik and Sydney's papers as well. And in particular, I think it was fascinating to see how the class dimension becomes relevant in in competition law and competition regimes affected by investment. So, you know, as a white European man, I'm always very wary of talking about race as a factor in economic matters, because, you know, we all know the history of colonialism. But I think it's interesting how Nchik and Sydney have pointed out there was not just a matter of race, it was also a matter of class, and the design of the European colonial powers was actually much more sophisticated and I would say, you know, dangerous in terms of the imagination behind it, in terms of the interaction with the local ruling classes or the construction of a new local ruling class. And there is a point that was raised by, I think, Nchik in the chat, which was particularly interesting in my opinion because of the what you wrote about the judiciary, the fact that the judiciary is not democratized. And I was wondering, isn't that actually a safeguard? I mean, my consideration is that if we democratize the judiciary, then judges and magistrates and basically the decision makers will actually be much more influenced, just like politicians are, to ensure that they make the people happy from a gut perspective rather than from a reasoned approach to control and policy. I don't know, you would just spare some thoughts about this?
Yeah, maybe I could just say a few things on that, and maybe Sydney could also come in. Oh yeah, so when we speak of democratization, we don't speak about it in the general sense. In this context, we are speaking about it against the colonial state as a backdrop. So the way the colonial state itself was not democratized such that the colonial state power structure was only advancing certain interests. So now we come with the same method in the post-colonial state, where we have a judiciary which is still not working to further the interest of the masses, so to speak, of the majority of the population. Yeah, so now the judiciary in this case can be there. It's really like advancing certain interest, and I think in this case, they're really the interest of the ruling class, so to speak.
So it will actually be a safeguard against the that's what neocolonialism. Okay, that makes sense. Sydney, would you like to add something about this, or are you happy with what Chico gave us?
Yeah, I thank you. I totally agree with him. The idea normally is that the judicial system offers, so to say, a credible line of to revert to whenever we are displeased by, say, the actions of the government. But in the instance where the judiciary is a part of the state, or in which case by the state is a part of the executive, is controlled by the executive, then you rule out the judiciary, and no, sometimes even do not even want to go to the judiciary because you know that you cannot get redress there. So it is that which we are concerned with, and that was the character that we found to have been the judiciary in Guyana as part of the scope of our study.
Thank you. That actually is very interesting, because that leads me to a point raised by Takuzwa in his paper and his presentation. That's actually sort of like fascinating when presentations in a conference intersect in this particular way. And because I was thinking, Takuzwa, you pointed out how the relationship between the African continent and Chinese industries, or because we're talking about China, that might be effectively the Chinese government, is complicated by a matter of culture. And I think, Takuzwa, in your blog, so in your post, the relevance of culture is paramount here. And I think one of the, I don't know if you agree, but I believe that one of the issues in this sort of like strained relationship between Africa and China comes from the fact that because Africa has been under colonial domination for so long, the original legal culture, especially the approach to international law, which is now likely changing, but for like 50 years has been sort of mutuated from those colonial powers. So even though we talk about the global South, there is still a sort of like heavy Western influence in the understanding of the rule of law and legal relationships. And as you pointed out, when the relationship with China starts, I mean, the Chinese have a rather different approach to the law, to the rule of law, to concept like minimum wage and things like that. So I was wondering whether, as you point out, the whole core, the whole point of the relationship between Africa and China from the perspective of investment, and in light of your literature review, is effectively a matter of legal culture as a clash there?
He may have dropped again due to the internet struggles, unfortunately.
No problem. If he comes back, I mean, we can always take the discussion there. So, okay, in the chat, there is a question for Sharon. And since we have some time left, I would like, if Dominique, you're still around, I would like you to just take the mic and pose your questions. Otherwise, I can read it for you. Choose yours. Okay.
It's okay. I can read it. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, so the question that I had for Sharon is as follows. I'll just repeat it in the chat, which is, which angle would you suggest to be a selling point to foreign investors in terms of buying into gender as being a key issue that they should consider when directing investment?
That's okay. Thank you for your question. So you ask what angle would I suggest to be a selling point to foreign investors in considering gender as being the key issue when they decide to direct the investment. So this being, since my jurisdiction is Kenya and in general African countries, I will go to the point that most foreign investments are directed to these particular countries because of the extractive industry. So they look at the labor market in place. And in considering that, they look at the cheapest modes of production of those particular minerals, let's say gas, oil, or all those things involved in the extractive industry. And since if going back to my two aspects that I laid out, education and job segregation, if women do not have enough education and they do not acquire these white collar jobs, then in essence, this will mean that they would actually get to do the manual work that is involved in the extractive industry. And this will amount to cheaper modes of production for these investors when they decide to invest in such countries. So I think that would be the major selling point for such investors. However, I haven't done enough research on this, and if there's anyone else who has an answer, I'm open to any clarification. Yes.
Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, Dominic, for raising this point. We have another question from the audience, and that will be Muchina Ngetha. If you want to take the mic.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. My question is also to Sharon, and I quite liked her paper, and I enjoyed it quite a lot. I don't think it's an area that has been explored much in terms of the negative impact of foreign direct investment when it comes to gender. Now, my question is based on what we already have in the country, particularly Kenya. In Kenya, we do have, as part of our constitution, a requirement that when it comes to public offices, we should adhere to that gender role, where we should not have one gender having a representation of more than two that. So my question is, if this were to be transferred as a policy, the area of employment within Kenya, would that suffice to help solve the gender inequality when it comes to foreign direct investment? Or would it be more of a very, very radical measure that might end up having more of a bad effect than a positive impact?
Okay, thank you for that question. I'll honestly say I hadn't considered that perspective of the two-third gender role when I was writing this blog. So it might be a possibility that could be adopted by Kenya. I, however, think it will not be enough to solve the existing problems, since the existing problems with regards to gender inequality are not with regards to the laws in place, but rather to the policies. So if education isn't accessible to every person so equally, then even with the existence of the two-third gender role, that wouldn't be enough to solve or to solve this FDI inflow problem with regards to gender inequality. However, that consideration might be a step forward to actually achieving this particular gender equality we want with regards to investment.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. And I believe we have time for one more question or comment. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to take the floor? Okay, I know we're all waiting for this or conferences and events to go back to the usual standing in person. I can assure you from experience that these moments of awkward silence are equally the same when we're in the same room as opposed to a Zoom chat. So since there is silence from the audience, I will, oh, hold on, we have another follow-up from Dominique. Yep, Please go ahead.
Yeah, my question is directed to Nsiko. I don't know if I heard him correctly in respect to the role of traditional leadership in enhancing the role of Europeans in terms of dispossessing, the colonial masses. I think if I'm to link this question to Takuza, if I got the name right, for instance, linking it in the sense of if you notice in cases such as Zimbabwe, you see the role of Chinese in the rural areas. That is where traditional leadership is. And you would imagine that, for instance, in the mining sector in particular, in areas that are in the periphery of the cities, rural areas and so forth, you find that there is traditional leadership within those areas, and they are still continue to assume that role of being, more or less docile and not doing anything to protect, their own people. So I can understand, of course, the state has a role, etc., but also the traditional leadership. But to really drive it home is there really a role for such a power structure in this modern day, or is there a hope for it that it can be decolonized in some way? That's more or less the question that I have. Thank you.
Chico, you're still, yeah, okay, your mic is on, yeah.
Thank you very much, Dominique, for that question. Yeah, a bit challenging, I believe. Yeah, but I do believe there is a role for traditional leadership in all these democratization projects, so to speak, because just looking at the nature of European colonial power, what happened to traditional leadership, to traditional authority, it was not anymore ruled by customary law per se, but it became more of administratively driven customary law. So basically, as the subject, as members of this particular nation, tribe, like this particular nation, so we will be like following what our chief is saying, and we will know like whatever he's doing that in the name of custom. So he would be like literally enforcing oppression in the name of custom. And these things are still happening today. I don't have an example in Guyana, but in Congo, for example, when it comes to mining deals, free prior consent that has to be given by traditional communities and everything. We are finding chiefs doing this not in the interest of the villagers, so to speak. So there is a point to democratize as well, even the traditional leadership. But then I think this will take us to the whole like thing of like constitutionalism. Is a whole thing of a constitutional project. So how do we like democratize the colonial states really? Because the power structures that we have today in many places on the continent and perhaps in the Caribbean are still very much the legacies of the power structures that were there during European colonization in both regions.
Okay, thank you, Chico. And I hate to put a halt on such an interesting discussion, but I think our time as a panel is up. So I would like the audience to join me in thanking our amazing speakers, Sharon, Takuza, and Chico, and Sydney. And it's been a very, very insightful panel. And I'm pretty sure that the audience agree with me on this. So I will basically, as we're doing it on TV, pass the line back to the directors and the tech. And I thank you again for your presentations and the audience attention, comments, and questions. And I hope the rest of the conference will be just as good as this panel has been. Thank you, everybody, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you very much. I think both panels are now back in this room. As you will all know from the program, we are now on a lunch break for 45 minutes. So we'll start at 1/4 the hour. So it'll either be 12:15, 1:15, or 2:15, depending on your region. 12:15, I'm hoping I'm going to get this right. 12:15 in West Africa, 1:15 in Southern Africa, and 2:15
in Eastern Africa. But 1:15, and everyone can come back to this room, and then we will move into the breakout rooms. And those who are presenting to please join 5 minutes early. Thanks very much.
Sessions after the lunch break. And this is panel 3A, where we'll be looking at the thematic focuses on strengthening regional integration for development in Africa. It was originally meant to be chaired by Dr. Claire Gamage of University of Bristol, but she's unable to be here due to circumstances beyond her control. So I'm stepping in for her, and I look forward to an excellent set of presentations from our panelists who are available today to speak. So I have 4 speakers here. I have Yanko Mwandia, Wendwa, Lovinda, Sharon Ruston, and Patrick Annam, but I have been informed that Patrick Annam is unavailable, again, due to circumstances beyond his control. But we might be having an additional speaker. Is Imperial still going to speak? Can someone confirm that? Nicola? Okay, all right. While we're waiting to hear on the availability of the potential 4th speaker, we can proceed with Yanko, who is here now. And so you have 10 to 12 minutes to present. And if you have slides, you might want to share that with us and just check that your slides are working. Do you have slides?
Yes, Professor Ohio, I have slides. I emailed them to Anne before we started, so I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I think we'll be getting assistance from the tech team with that. And can you confirm that we're helping Yanko with the slides?
Yes, Coyote is organizing that. He'll do it shortly.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Professor Ohio, can I send it to you? I don't know, I'm having difficulty trying to, share it on my screen now.
Oh,
Can
okay.
I share it to you?
Okay, yeah. If you can do that quickly, I'll just wait for you. So while we're waiting for the slides to come through, I'll just quickly say a little bit about what I've gleaned so far from reading the paper in advance. So the title is A Review of the Role of Women Leadership in Facilitating Regional Integration, the Way Forward. It's a topic that Claire would have been an excellent commentator on because of her fantastic work, the fantastic work she's done on issues of gender and trade. But you make some really interesting arguments that I look forward to hearing more about. Okay,
Yeah, Professor Ohio, I've sent it to your email. Yeah. So.
Oh yeah, it's come through. Just hold on a moment. Let me get that. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Your time starts now, Florence. Just let me know when you need me to change the slides.
All right, thank you, Professor Ohio. You can change the next slide. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Yanko Mandija from Malawi. So I'll probably be biased in my presentation because most of my examples are from Malawi. But essentially, the basis of my paper came up from when I first attended last year's first Afronomicslaw conference, and Professor Clay, who is unavailable to attend today, she presented on her paper, and what she said in her paper, that women are not a homogeneous group, inspired me to write this paper. So as a starting point, there's a quote by George Monbiot, which says, "If work was the inevitable result of hard work and enterprise, every woman in Africa would be a millionaire." So from the statistics that I've read, 70% of women in Africa engage in cross-border trade. But regardless of them being part of that 70%, they are sidelined when it comes to regional integration approaches. So the essence of this paper concludes that an efficient and effective regional integration in Africa will only be possible when there's an inclusion of women. Next slide, please. So just a brief background of what regional integration entails. So it allows the free movement of people, goods, services, and capital between markets. In Africa, it has been championed by UNECA and the AU that it's going to be a gateway to development. And from the 1970s, there's been an adoption of various regional integration strategies. So there's been preferential trade agreements, there's been free trade treaties, customs union, and common markets. So in Southern Africa, we have SADC, we have COMESA. In Western Africa, we have ECOWAS. And now recently, we have the AFCPA, which I know other people are presenting on, so I won't go much into that. But despite the coming in of all these various regional integration strategies, it seems that still the progress has stagnated. Next slide, please. So as it stands, there's a spaghetti ball effect in that regional integration has been slow, and in some areas even it's stagnated. And this has been attributed to a multitude of causes. There's a discrepancy between international obligations and domestic laws. For instance, in Malawi, recently we have the AFCFTA, but till now we haven't had any domestic legislation that is specifically incorporating this. There's been a lack of inclusion of youth and women. So you just hear that Parliament has adopted some legislation, but you don't know whether the women who are actively affected by these policies have been consulted. And also there are also other issues such as multiple commitments and overlapping obligations. Like Malawi currently is a state party to SADC, COMESA. So there are instances where some things are being repeated and some things are not being incorporated. So next slide, please. So now, despite all this constructive papers, all this research that has been done, or the adoption of the various regional integration strategies, there still is that slow pace. So what is the way forward? Different research has shown that there's a need to change various things. For instance, maybe a state party should be a party to only a particular regional integration strategy and not all of them. But the basis of this paper is that there's a need to include women in regional integration, and that is going to be a progressive start to benefiting from all the various benefits of regional integration. So from looking at Africa as a whole, women have been sidelined despite the various research that talks about the trade gender linkage. So for instance, the African Union has only had one female chair since its inception, and that was Dr. Zuma from South Africa. When we look at African countries, since the 1970s, there've only been 4 female presidents. So there's Dr. Joyce Banda in Malawi, Madame Johnson Sirleaf from Liberia. Currently, it's only Ethiopia and Tanzania that have female presidents. So clearly, it seems that women, despite being the subject of policy, who are usually affected by the policies that come up with regional integration and who participate significantly in cross-border trade, they are sidelined. Next slide, please. So then this paper, what it says is that as a starting point, there's a need that women should participate in their decision making. If women are able to participate in the decision making at the various levels of their life, then this is going to bring about a snowball effect. So if I can make a decision as an individual that affects my well-being, this is going to affect my home. If it affects my home in a good way, there'll be development in the community. If the community develops, there's going to be development in the country. If the country develops, for instance, Malawi, let's say I have an access to a loan, I can then be better placed to travel to Zambia, Zimbabwe, maybe even move out of Southern Africa, go to Western Africa. Next slide, please. So then this paper concludes by making the recommendations as to what should be the way forward in adopting regional integration strategies in Africa. So firstly, there's a need for the women to participate in the decision making. Secondly, there's a need for women to participate in identifying the specific trade barriers that they suffer, and this will help them to best come up with solutions that are going to eradicate these barriers. And also in the various member states, there's a need for the establishment of women associations and cooperatives. These are going to help women access market information and be in various communities where they can access microloans, and this will promote cross-border trade. And then also finally, there's supposed to be an introduction of gender equality measures and tools to ensure compliance by state parties. For those who are attending the previous session, Sharon presented a paper about the need for that there's now gender mainstreaming. So even when we're adopting the various policies, there's a need to include the gender aspect. So if that's also adopted in the regional integration strategies, then there's going to be an efficient and effective regional integration in Africa. Next slide, please. So as it stands, we would debate all day about the various problems that are affecting regional integration strategies, whether you're from Western Africa, Eastern Africa, Southern Africa, or Northern Africa. But we will all agree that there currently exist gaps in the current approaches that are adopted in regional integration in Africa. So this paper concludes by saying that there's a need to adopt an African approach. That's not based on the European version, that's not based on the Southern American version, but an African approach that considers the local circumstances where women are taken as being the main person who's taking care of cross-border trade, and that 70% of women participate in it. So if these women who are directly affected by the regional integration strategies, if they are the head of the policy, that they're able to make decisions and they're part of the whole adoption and incorporation, this is going to be a progressive stride. I acknowledge that there's still going to be a multitude of challenges, that it's not impossible to have an all-encompassing approach, and it's not going to be an overnight process. But if we begin today, step by step, ultimately and in the long run, we'll be able to have an efficient regional integration strategy whereby someone who's in Zimbabwe can easily trade with someone who's in Nigeria, and someone who's in Egypt can easily trade with someone who's in Kenya. And it should not be restricted as in, oh, I'm just a part of ECOWAS, then that's fine. And a means in which this can be achieved is for there to include women as the subject of policy, so they should be part of the decision making from the home when adopting various regional integration strategies, and then the implementation as well. That's the end. Thank you, Prof. Wahai.
Thank you very much, Yanko. Excellent presentation. Do we have our other speakers available now? Technical team, can we please confirm if Sharon or Lubinda is around?
We cannot reach them, so I think we could just move to the Q&A as we try and find them. Then I'll let you know in the chat box if I completely can't get them.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for that. So thank you very much, Yanko, for an excellent presentation as well as a really great paper. I enjoyed reading it, and it's good to see your passion and your intellectual contributions to what's a very important topic. And as you were speaking, I remembered that African adage that says when you train a boy or educate a boy, you educate a man, but when you educate a child, you are basically training a village. The effects are usually there's a multiplier effect when women are empowered. And so I have a number of questions, and I also welcome everyone within the chat function. If you have a question, you can put up your hand, or you can just put your questions in the chat function. But while we're waiting for that, I have a number of questions that I would just throw out there. I might just stimulate the conversation. First and foremost, I was thinking about, you cited the percentage of women involved in cross-border trade. We are aware that a significant percentage of this interactions or involvement of women in cross-border trade, intra-African trade, is informal. So there have been arguments and there have been recommendations about formalizing the informal trade sector. So what are your thoughts, and what do you think that would do in terms of effect on women who are involved in this trading activity? Do we need to formalize the informal trade sector, or can we find more innovative ways of leveraging what is already clearly a reality or the context within which African trade is premised? And if so, can we do this within the existing RECs and as well as the AFCFTA? So that's one question. And then I'll throw in a second question while we also wait for people to come forward with the question, which is, you cited or you gave us some examples of great women leaders who have done excellent, contributed excellently to various institutions and agencies, both within and outside of Africa, and also national level. And so, I mean, it's become quite clear, especially with the global pandemic and the response to the pandemic, that the countries where we had women leaders, there seemed to be more clarity and focus in the responses of these countries to the pandemic. New Zealand is a good example. People may disagree with that, but I mean, the evidence is quite overwhelming. So it's your argument that we need to have women at that level for us to see any meaningful change in the way women are incorporated into the structures of trade structures, even at the local level. So just consider these two questions, and there are other questions that we could add to this, or we'll just allow Yanko to take that, and then we can get back to my questions. Any other questions from the audience? And in case I cannot see your hands up, please just allow me to wait.
Yeah, Professor Oyo, I have a question. Yeah.
Okay, yes, hi, this week, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, I have like two questions. So the first question relates to, you were really advocating for, having more women, in leadership affairs of, trade-related issues, basically. And, I was just thinking, like, I don't know, I want to like inquire on, is there like, we talk about political will and, every time. So I don't know, like, what has been the response, like in recent years now, is there like political will on the part of, the governments, both at the national level and at the continental level, to really, have more women, on board? That's the question I have. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Yanko, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, Prof. Ohio. I'm having problems with my network, so I've turned off my video. So the questions, I'll start with answering the last question. So in terms of the inclusion of women, I believe that there's a need for women to be included at every level. So from the grassroots, if you go to the villages, you need to have those women participating in the decisions. And also right at the top, in terms of the president, currently everyone who's in Ethiopia at the African Union should also have women who are part of that. So I'll give an example of Malawi. We adopted a gender policy that says that there needs to be at least 40% of women in any board that's appointed. But every time a board is appointed, you hear that, no, they're not. Our president actually said that it's not his fault that they're not qualified women in Malawi. So what's he supposed to do? So there are women who are willing to be part of that, but then the mechanisms are not there. So currently, for instance, this is a mouthful. The AFCSTA actually has provisions that specifically say that there's a need for gender mainstreaming. But out of the 40 countries that have ratified this trade agreement, there hasn't been any moves in the member states, in their countries, saying that they're actually following what it says. So regardless of everyone saying that there's a trade gender linkage, there's a need for gender mainstreaming, it's simply on the books, like you ratify the trade agreement, it's in your country, but nothing is happening with that. Regarding Prof. Ohio, your two questions. For the second one, I believe that women should be actually involved at every stage, regardless. Basically, when it comes to the formal and informal, I believe that there's no need to, because in Africa, we have this thing that whatever we're doing, there's a need to bring in laws and policies in that area. So if you're going to go to the villages and tell people that, okay, what we're going to do is everyone should register with an organization, we'll have a head who's going to police you, then it becomes problematic. For instance, in Malawi, it was recognized that most women are part in communities which are called village banks. So they can register the organization with the bank so that they can access loans. No one showed up because they just thought banks are trying to steal their money because they are tax things, something that the WTO says that, okay, we need to remove some of these trade barriers. But when the country is ratifying this trade agreement, that's still there. So the formal sector should be maintained the way that it is. The people who are, for instance, buying an air ticket, getting on a plane, going to Nigeria to buy stuff, bringing back to Malawi, that should be there. But then the informal trade that also carries out, for instance, at the border post, you have women who are selling various merchandise, like you have in Ghana, those women who make the kente fabric. They're probably not a registered organization in Ghana, but they're able to send that material to Malawi and someone can use it. So leave the informal the way that it is, leave the formal the way that it is. But regardless, in these various sectors, there should be the inclusion of women at whatever level. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses to that. I think Sharon has joined us, but I don't think she's ready yet to present. So can we take a question from Professor Babatunde Fagoyibo? And then Sharon, if you can get ready to present after that. And if there's any other questions for Yanko, please keep them coming. But Sharon, if you can just get yourself ready while we take questions from Babatunde.
Oh, thanks, Ohio. And Yako, thanks for the presentation. My question is mainly about, and I think it's been touched on by the previous speakers on. So how do we ensure the quality of representation? So what I mean by that is, it's not enough that we say women should be involved, right? How do we measure the impact of the implementation, the quality of the implementation, to avoid what Amina Mama once referred to as femocracy, right? Where all you do is just put women in positions, or you just deal with quota issues, not necessarily to advance women empowerment or women equality, but just to kind of tick the boxes. So I don't know whether you've really thought about that in your presentation, in your research on how to ensure that it is not only enough for them to be involved, but the quality of such involvement and representation. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions in addition to that before Yanko responds? Okay. So Sharon, if you can be getting ready. So Yanko, yes, please. Then you.
Thank you for your question, Prof. Babatunde. I actually had not considered that. I think I was going at it from the feminist legal theory perspective, that include women at every stage. But your question, I guess I'd say that there's a need to develop some measures. So I'd cite like the Serac case and the Endroid case, where they say that, for instance, if you are bringing in any development that's going to affect the people in the area and the environment, there's a need for them to participate. And then the case went in depth to explain what that type of participation would be, that it should be meaningful participation. So I guess then, to ensure that state parties actually comply, we can also come up. I think earlier there was also a presentation about the democratization of courts, that you don't really, the court will only adjudicate on a matter if it's before it. So currently, if no one is bringing a case before the court, it will be difficult to develop such case law. But then maybe now, future, maybe when we're incorporating the policies, we can include an aspect of what gender mainstreaming would entail, what meaningful participation would entail, and then from that we can best monitor state parties' progress in facilitating this inclusion.
Okay, thank you very much for that. There is another question from Reza in the chat function. I don't know whether you're able to access your the comments there, but if you can't, I can read it out to you.
No, I've seen it. The question from Raisa, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I think Raisa is biased because she's also from Malawi. But currently, what I'd say about what measures would I recommend for the government to incorporate? I'd say that the government should simply not just, because since Malawi ratifying the AFCFTA, there hasn't been any move in Malawi as to what they're doing. So the government has to actually come out clear and say that, okay, fine, this is the act that's going to domesticate the trade agreement, let's say in Malawi. And then based on that, we expect that in line with our gender policy, there should be 40% of women in all the decision making. In line with the gender mainstreaming, that whatever policies are going to come up, they need to be an aspect of gender in it. So if you're saying, for instance, that, oh, we're going to start trading with Tanzania, what measures, the government has to come out clear about what measures they're actually going to put in to actually incorporate that. And not just how we've done it before with SADC and COMESA, but there has to be something specific and tangible that we can monitor progress and take the government to task on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. I just want to find out, is Sharon ready to present, or do we still give you more time? I know you had to join quite hurriedly. Sharon, can you just please?
Prof, she's still facing some technical issues. She's asked that we give her 10 minutes as she sorts it out. Okay.
Okay. All right. Yanko, another question. Where do you see the do you see a nexus or a connection between land reform in Africa and perhaps maybe in Malawi and the practicality or the reality of getting any meaningful headway in gender and trade? And the reason I say so is that we know that there is there's a connection between access to land. I mean, for instance, I know there's been some great studies done about this in Tanzania, about women's access to land and the ability to participate, not just in governance, but actually in trade itself. And there was a great symposium that Afronomicslaw hosted on this, which I'll put in the chat function. So maybe perhaps you could share the experiences from Malawi, because I remember from that particular report on rethinking land reforms in Africa, there was some interesting statistics they saw about how you could have policy actions which may look quite good on paper, but then when it comes to the reality or the practicalities of women having access to land to be able to make meaningful contributions to trade, it becomes quite problematic. So it's been this experience in Malawi, perhaps since you have quite a national context to your study. And then, so while you think about that, before you respond, and Titi also has a question. Titi, yeah.
Thank you very much. I joined a bit late, so I'm not quite sure if this has been addressed, but I was wondering if perhaps you had considered, in light of Professor Fabaibo's excellent keynote about the importance of looking into other disciplines. So I was wondering if social cultural factors also affect the way women participate in lawmaking and decision making on the continent and at the regional level. I was wondering if you perhaps would speak to some of the nuances in our social cultural contexts that inform the way women engage at policy level.
Excellent. Any other questions to add to this round? Yanko, thank you. You're doing an excellent job, holding for the other princes get their things sorted. Okay, I guess you can just go ahead and respond to this question.
Okay, you're welcome, Prof. Ohio. Regarding to the last question by Titilayo, I hope I pronounced your name right. Yes, the paper does acknowledge that there are various social cultural factors. That's why I say that there's a need to have an African approach. So if we take an European or South American approach, it's going to say that there should be an inclusion of women 50-50, right? So then you come to Africa, you come to Malawi, where you have, let's say, a patrilineal tribe. In that tribe, the men are going to say that women cannot speak in the place of men. Women speak in their own area. Even the women themselves don't have that voice. So then when we're having the African approach, it should acknowledge that. So it should acknowledge that in Malawi, there are patrilineal and matrilineal tribes. So if you go to a patrilineal tribe, then you're going to ask the chief of that area that you also want to talk to the women of that area. Because as much as the women might not speak before the chief, they have a way of voicing out their concerns in the area. So you have to look at exactly that. If you go to a matrilineal tribe, you find that, yes, it's possible for the woman to be the chief in the area, but she'll have a representative who's maybe her uncle or her nephew. So in also a matrilineal area, then you're going to ask them that, okay, when you're traveling across the border, how do you do this? So you talk to the woman, you also talk to their representative. At the end of the day, you are going to have an exact idea of what the women in that area want. Regarding Prof. Ohio's question, Malawi recently went through a land reform that acknowledged that there's a need for women to have access to land because land is a commodity. If you have land, you are able to basically interact. You can trade with it, you can sell it, have money. That's also going to help you in your trade. So it's important for women to have access. But sadly, regardless of, despite those reforms, as I was saying earlier, that they're through the patrilineal matrilineal tribe. So you now have the Registered Land Act that's saying that, okay, this is registered land, it's recognized in this way, this is customary land. Customary land is now owned by, I guess, the people in the area. You go to that area, they tell you that, okay, it's a patrilineal tribe, women don't own land. So on paper, it seems like we have made significant strides, but when you actually go into the areas, nothing has really changed. So again, there's a need to ask these women, what do they need? How is it going to help them in trade? And then that's going to, overall, that's going to help with improving the cross-trade barriers that currently exist in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Very excellent responses. Okay. Any other questions for Yanko? She's been holding forth for quite a while, and we want to give us some respite. I hear that the other speakers are still not ready. And can you confirm how many minutes we have left in this session, so we'll know whether or not we'll be rounding up early? We don't have any further questions.
Prof, Sharon is logging in as we
Okay.
speak. Okay, she'll be here in a second or two.
Okay, all right. I think Yanko has also logged out too. So Patrick Adam is not around. His paper discusses and focuses on accessing the challenges of service trade liberalization and regional trade agreements, a study of the East African Community Common Market Protocol. And the paper we're expecting to hear next for the paper that was expecting to be presented next by Sharon Ralston is South Africa, the SADC economic bloc and implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area challenges. So we'll just wait for that. Sharon, I can see. Hi, Sharon, are you ready to go? Your mic is muted. Yeah.
Hello, yeah, I'm sorry, I had a mic off.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. So if you're ready, the floor is yours. Obviously, we have reduced time now, obviously, because we're close to the end of the session. But I mean, if you can get your presentation done in, say, 8 minutes, that would really be.
Yes,
okay.
yes. I'm so sorry for being late. It's because I had to go to the hospital.
Don't apologize. It's
yes.
okay.
Okay. Right. So my topic, as everyone knows, is Southern African Development Community, in the economic bloc and the implementation of the AFCFTA, prospects and challenges. So basically, the purpose of my paper is to guarantee that to achieve the African Union agenda, we need to take the right steps within the regional blocs. And I specifically talk about the SADC because I'm from Mozambique, so I'm more familiar with it. And for that, a few questions arise. And so I try to analyze in order of priority the challenges that needs to be addressed. So the questions that I put are like, if these challenges are not addressed, how can it impact the prosperity of the AFCFTA? And could we perhaps use the European Union as an example and try to follow their steps? Would it work in Africa, or it's a completely different regime? And another question is lacking of institutional cooperation between like the political governments in the countries. How can we still try to achieve these goals? So basically, so I further refer for some challenges that I consider that within the SADC really need to be addressed, which are lack of political will, corruption, and industrialization and infrastructure development. So this is mainly what I talk about in my paper.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to be very brief and short.
Oh, no, that's fine. I'll just quickly give some context to those who have not had the opportunity to read the paper. So we'll see if we have any questions in that regard. So you talk about the AFCFTA's interplay with the regional economic communities direct. And I was wondering, when you talk about the lack of political will, is that regarding the addressing the issues you mentioned, such as the infrastructure deficit within this region? Where do you feel this lack of, is it lack of political will at regional, continental, or at national level to address these issues? Where do you feel would be the best locale to have an intervention that to have the kind of galvanized efforts in terms of political will to be able to address infrastructure deficit?
For example, in the African Union, like protocol, the SADC, sorry, not African Union, in the SADC protocols and politics, they have an article saying that all countries should help one another when you have a conflict or violence and everything. And this is something happened just a few months ago. Mozambique had a huge problem. Some insurgents got there and we were in war. I think everyone is aware. And South Africa took like really long to help, and all SADC countries like let Mozambique a few months hanging on. So I feel like the government is not doing enough to follow the rules that should be implemented long ago. And because of that, if we cannot help within the region, how are we gonna move to an African Union? That's my point.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Titi?
Thank you, Hugh. Thank you, Sharon, for your presentation. I was just curious about just some of the academic interventions and conversations in this regard. I was wondering if you perhaps have engaged with some of the discourse, and if you could give us just some inclinations of what the conversation is.
Sorry, if I have what?
So have academics discussed the issue from SADC, this perspective? Have you engaged with that in your scholarship, in your work, in your paper?
Oh, not really, no.
Okay, because that would be one way for you to build your arguments.
Okay.
Because you're building your argument based also on established scholarship. And if no one has, then you're going to point that out. So one good way for you to sort of expand robust arguments is to first situate yourself in the current literature, and you could work on building your own position from that as well.
Okay.
And it's usually, it's interesting for us to hear that in conversations while we're making presentations like this.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Well done, though. That was it. I think it's an important topic.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, Jake. Question from Jake.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Good afternoon to us all. I think it is a great avenue to actually exhibit or demonstrate scholarly disposition in regards to African continental free trade and its matters. I would want to know from our speaker. I'm actually here to go through her paper, but I want to pose this question. I mean, very simple one. We realize that one problem facing the continental free trade area is issue of rule of origin, and then our differences in colonial and our ideological differences, especially with regarding the Anglophone and the Francophone drifts. In her view, I mean, in your view, what do you envisage would be the way out? Okay, from a scholarly point of view, what do you envisage will be the way out? How can we come together as scholars to help policymakers to resolve such issue, such problem? And then do you see the African continental free trade area emerging as a tool to uniting the African continent? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a question that Yanko, you could also stick to address too. I'm not just Sharon. Sharon, do you want to go first? I know that's a little bit outside the scope of what you've written.
Yes, because I don't really know much about. I mean, I know about the roles of a region, but I can't answer this question. I'm so sorry.
That's why I say that perhaps
but
a more general
question.
Yeah, it is. But I think we could look at it from the perspective of, first and foremost, the differences that Jake has mentioned in terms of the colonial roots or origins of the post-colonial states we have. So not just Francophone and Anglophone alone, but we also have Lusophones, regions or within Africa. So maybe perhaps tailoring it within the context of, so within Mozambique, which is a country that has been of keen interest to some of the work we've done, especially in the area of transparency and accountability with respect to processes for infrastructure projects, which was in the news. And I've heard of the Mozambique scandal when there was this whole infrastructure project that the loan was taken out for, which did not pass through the right processes. So in that context, and I remember in your paper, like Jake, I've had the opportunity to look at your paper. You talked about industrialization and infrastructure development. So within Mozambique, what do you feel is the best course of action to be able to address this infrastructural deficit? Is it a SADC REC approach that will be more efficient, or is it something that at national level requires a more focused attention on the policies that frame how issues of infrastructure development and industrialization occur?
Okay, so first, the infrastructures are very poor quality. It's very hard to pass goods and people within the region. And we even have land block. I think that's how you say countries. So it's really hard to pass. We lack on roads, railway, and all of that. And I think they should work together to try to solve these problems, and also try to reduce and work on in regard to industrialization and development. It should work on reducing tariff barriers, because there's a lot of, let's say, between Mozambique and South Africa, which are border countries, there's a lot of tariff barriers, and that really doesn't help.
Okay. Yeah, fair. Thank you very much for that. And again, obviously, it's been tough. I know you had to kind of rush into get yourself composed to present and respond to all these questions. So I think we would let you go off the hot seat. I think on our timing, we had just about 5 minutes left to close this, to complete or round up on this panel. And I think this might just be a good place to conclude. So thank you very much, Yanko, and as well as Sharon, for the presentations. And I would encourage you to take note, especially of the points that TT raised, with how you can ground your, as Sharon, your analysis within academic literature.
Yes, sure.
Issues. And so that way you can further develop your paper in terms of its quality. So thank you very much for everyone who's asked questions. And so I'll just hand over to the technical team for directions on what we're doing next.
So I think at this time we could take a break as we wait for track B to conclude their presentations. However, if you want to join the other room, please feel free. I think you would just click the 3 dots and then join room B. Then at 3:15 EAT, we can all convene in the main room for the final sessions.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to everyone who's joining us today. Sorry for running slightly late. It's been a bit of a hectic morning here in Addis Ababa, where I'm joining the call from. But nonetheless, we'll get started very quickly. So thank you for joining this session. My name is Jason Braganza, and I'm the Executive Director at the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, and a very, very avid follower and supporter of Afronomicslaw and the African Sovereign Debt Justice Network. So really honored and excited to be here with you all to moderate this session on economic justice and public finance in Africa, and specifically panel 4A, especially given the context with which I'm sitting here in Addis and the conversations happening with the heads of state of the continent discussing very complex issues in terms of COVID-19 pandemic, peace and security issues, COVID-19, and a climate emergency. So it's really great that the 3 papers that we're going to have listen to are very much connected to some of the real life things and ongoings happening this weekend here in Addis. And so just to welcome our 3 presenters, we have Carol Lee Pick, who will be talking to us about the paper she wrote on evaluating the merits of forgiving the odious debt of developing countries in Africa post the COVID-19 pandemic. We have Lucas Ricardo, who will be talking about the African sovereign debt crisis, some initial thoughts on monetary integration for a long-term solution. And then we have Domini Ndlovu, who will be talking about the readiness for the African continental free trade area by member states for domestic tax policies. And so very exciting and very interlinked topics. And we're all very excited and looking forward to listening to your thoughts. In terms of how this session is going to run, we have about 55 minutes. And what we'll do is we'll give each of the speakers about 7 to 10 minutes to give us their reflections and an overview of their respective papers. And then that should take us till about, hopefully, 4 o'clock East African time, or just slightly after. And we'll then have a bit of a Q&A. And of course, I'll try not to abuse my role as moderator to try and pick the brains of these wonderful authors, but we will have it open. And I know there's a Q&A option on the chat, so please feel free to also drop your questions there. So I think let's just get straight into it. And if Carol Lee is ready, over to you, and let's hear your thoughts and reflections on the paper that you wrote. Carol Lee.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you again for the opportunity to present my paper. I'm Carolee Pick. I'm a consultant for a local law firm in Windhoek, Namibia, and I'm a Southern African representative for the forum. This afternoon, I'll be discussing my paper on ODS states, which is titled Debtocracy, Evaluating the Merits of Forgiving the ODS States of Developing Countries in Africa post the 19 COVID pandemic. I'd kindly like to ask my share my screen. I would like to know if it's okay if I can switch off my video for a while, because my network keeps on cutting me off and then I drop out of the chat. So I wouldn't want that to happen while I'm discussing my paper, if that's okay with everyone.
That's perfect, Carolee. Please feel free to do so.
Okay. I just want to share my document. Sorry for the hold up. It's just loading. Okay, while I wait for my paper to load, I'll just move forward and just start so I don't waste any more time. So following COVID-19, the world is only coming to terms with the pandemic's long-term social and economic consequences. And the most vulnerable societies, as we have seen, has been in the global south, particularly in Africa. And while the virus has been slow to spread throughout the continent, the effects of lengthy lockdowns and a declining global economy, as well as local economies within Africa, have impaired the continent's growth and well-being. We've seen that thousands of livelihoods have been put in jeopardy in the context of Africa, where statistics have shown that 1 in every 3 Africans live below the poverty line. And while it's critical to address these issues, it is also critical that we remember that another major aspect that continues to define or characterize Africa's pandemic experience, as opposed to other countries or continents, is debt, in particular ODS debt. We all know that debt is a significant political weapon for defining and setting policy goals or initiatives, for creating international relations, dealing with poverty or other socioeconomic concerns. And my paper, or the purpose of my paper, was to assess the merits of forgiving African developing countries' debts using this notion or doctrine of ODS debts. My paper delves into the definition and the criteria of an ODS debt. It looks at the international legal standing or status of the doctrine of ODS debts. It looks at the impact of the doctrine on a country's social, political, and economic context. It also looks at some of the alternatives to the doctrine, other prospects of debt forgiveness, basically. And then lastly, it looks at the challenges and the benefits of applying the theory. It's important to note that, you know, legitimate governments are liberated financially from they're liberated from their financial commitments imposed on them by creditors and also by undemocratic predecessors. And then national funds are freed up for social and infrastructural projects when debt forgiveness is granted under this doctrine in particular. Debt forgiveness also enables governments to invest in the rehabilitation of their economy, which is especially important now in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. So what is ODS debt or illegitimate debt? ODS debt is also called illegitimate debt, but for purposes of my paper, I will only refer to it as ODS debt. While there are various definitions for the doctrine, for purposes of my paper, I used the definition that was proposed by the Committee for the Cancellation of Third World Debts. Just for shortening, I will be referring to them as the committee. So the committee defines odious debts as those debts which are incurred by a government which violates or violated the major principles of international law. Some examples are those included in the Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights Law, the Covenants on Civil and Political Rights and Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, as well as other principles or norms of international law. Furthermore, the committee also defines as odious those debts which a country incurs in order to repay back odious debts, such as when you take out a loan to pay back a previous odious debt. I'm going to try and share my document again. Okay, can everyone see my document?
We've seen something come up on the screen. So yes, please carry on, Carolee. Yes, here we go. Good.
Okay. Thank you. The reason why I used the committee's definition is that the committee's definition is heavily influenced by the original creator of the doctrine, who is named Alexander Nahum Sack. And he originally posited the term. However, opposed to Sack's original definition, the committee's proposed definition reflects what I believe are the new realities of the 21st century, such as in the advancement of international rules and laws, the advancement of human rights laws, economic colonization by debt, which we've seen a lot in Africa, especially in our relations with Asia, specifically China, the changing nature of debt crises faced by developing countries, and the socioeconomic impact of odious debts. More importantly, I believe that the committee's definition provides for the valid assumption that odious debts are not only odious because of the nature of the government. Sack's definition proposes that for a debt to be odious, the regime has to be arbitrary, it has to be a dictator. However, according to the committee's debt, a debt is not odious because of the nature of the government who incurred the debt, but it's odious because of the destructive character of the debt. Like, what is the consequences of these debts on the country, on the citizens of the country? The committee's approach, or the committee's definition, basically brings up to date the definition of the doctrine by looking at the evolving interests of populations, like what are the needs of countries now, and it looks at how international law has evolved. The committee's definition focuses principally on the debt itself. And the key elements of this, or what I mean by this, is one, the definition evaluates the origin of the debt. It evaluates what were the objectives for which the state contracted the debt, with these legitimate objectives, and then it evaluates whether the debt or the loan was contracted in a legal and legitimate manner. This means that any loan must then be considered odious under this doctrine if the regime or the government, irrespective of the nature of that government, fails to uphold the fundamental principles of international law, such as fundamental human rights law. Moving on, what is the legal status of the doctrine? This is perhaps one of the main arguments against those who are not for the doctrine. The doctrine of odious debt, there's no national or international judiciary who has embraced the doctrine of odious debt as a valid justification for a government refusing to honor its sovereign debts in terms of contracts that it's entered into. And the doctrine also raises a number of other difficult and contentious problems as to what is the scope or the application of the debt. What is the definition of odious debt, seeing as there are various existing definitions. How or to what extent and under what conditions may a state be allowed to repudiate its financial obligations under the doctrine of odious debts or under the pretense of the debt being odious? It also asks the question of who would analyze and declare if a state's debts were odious. With regards to that, I would say just shortly, debt audits might be a possible solution. Debt audits might be able to help limit the scope of the application of the doctrine. Debt audits, how debt audits work is that they evaluate legal, political, and economic aspects that have contributed to a country's debt, specifically a country's unlawful debt accumulation. A lot of activists in the global south have utilized debt audits to enlighten the public about the size and the nature of their country's debts, which are typically hidden from the public view. Debt audits also serve as a foundation for public debates over the legitimacy of some debts and whether or not they should be repaid. Then the doctrine's legal acceptability, as I mentioned earlier, is its largest stumbling block. Because the doctrine is not recognized as a legal defense for default, a government that uses it, there's a likelihood that they could be judged to be in breach of their debt obligations. A government that uses it could be said to be in breach of their debt repayment obligations under their contracts. Another problem is a choice of law. You may be challenged in terms of which forum would you bring up this matter. It also raises the question of which competent institution would adjudicate on the matter. And then from an economic perspective, and this has also been articulated by the World Bank itself, that the rejection of the doctrine in the international community and the fact that it hasn't been recognized legitimately within international law discourages countries from raising it out of fear of being sued by their creditors, shunned from the international financial community, shut off from access to capital markets, or losing access to funding for governments.
Hi, Carolee. Could I, sorry to interrupt you, may I please ask you to wrap up in about a minute so that we have enough time for the other speakers as well? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so let me just quickly run through the impact of odious states. So an example, I'll only use one example, which is South Africa. It's argued that South Africa consented to pay off its apartheid debt so that it wouldn't be alienated from the global financial market. And what statistics has shown is that South Africa experiences high inequality, deteriorating public services, decreased employment rates. According to the IMF, the cost of servicing their loans has been the fastest growing spending item in South Africa since the year 2011, pushing out funds for development such as education and health. While other alternatives such as the Paris Club, the London Club, and the HIPC have been proposed instead of the doctrine of odious debts, the shortcomings of these debt restructuring programs is that they are unfair, they're not always transparent, there's inequality of power. An example is the HIPC initiative, which is solely operated by creditors, breaking the most fundamental principles of impartiality. And most of these institutions also have no impact on human development, poverty alleviation, or even economic success in debtor countries. IMF research has shown that many of the world's developing countries are paying more to service their debt than on healthcare, education, and social protection. And for this reason, granting debt forgiveness under the concept of odious debts would allow legitimate governance relief from the financial obligations put on them by creditors, and it frees up money for social and infrastructure projects. Debt relief would then also boost initiatives to make smart investment decisions, and it would allow governments to invest in the recovery of their economies, more so now during the COVID-19 pandemic. And then just to, I think I have a few
Sorry,
things there. I
Caroline.
think I say the introduction of the odious debt doctrine into international law will not only give the doctrine legal certainty and legitimacy, but it would also aid developing countries in addressing debt sustainability difficulties by initiating debt relief and diverting revenues towards their public services. And then it would put an obligation on creditors to undertake due diligence in future when granting loans. Therefore, lending for legitimate government goals would be bolstered in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm sorry if I took a bit long, and I think I even forgot to swipe through some of my slides.
No worries. I hope you can make your slides available. I'm sure the colleagues at Afronomics will make sure that all our participants can also benefit from that. But thank you very much, Caroline.
I'll try and share it in the chat, but thank you so much, everyone.
Super stuff. Okay, without any further ado, Lucas Ricardo, who will be talking about initial thoughts on monetary integration for a long-term solution. Over to you. So you have about 10, 12 minutes, and then we'll move to Domini to wrap it up, and then we'll have some discussion. Lucas.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you for the opportunity to present my paper here. My name is Lucas Ricardo. I'm a master's student at the World Trade Institute at the University of Bern. And I'm a regional representative of the Afronomicslaw from Angola. So it's a pleasure to be here. First, I would like to congratulate Carol Lee for the presentation, very good presentation. And for sure, I believe my presentation will be an addition for her presentation. My paper is titled African Sovereign Debt Crisis, Initial Thoughts on Monetary Integration for a Long-Term Solution. So I believe my paper is more a provocative paper for you guys, so maybe something new for you to hear. We know that the debt crisis are one of the most serious issues that African countries are confronting nowadays. And in my article, I will advocate for an African monetary union as a long-term solution to this debt crisis. As Carol Lee said, the COVID pandemic was really trouble to the African countries, and what we saw high fiscal losses for several countries, mainly for least developing countries that most of them are on Africa. And in addition to the high fiscal losses, we saw the increase of the public spending, mainly in health and public health and social security. It leads to a strong growth in public debts, especially in least developing countries. And in 2021, 17 out of 35 countries in sub-Saharan Africa were in high debt risks by the IMF. That corresponds only to you to know to 25% of the African continent's GDP. So what I'm saying here, I'm saying that the African Free Trade Agreement may be in risk because of that. That's the extent I want you to understand. So high debt repayments and less space to invest. High debt repayment, it means less money to spend in education, in health, in other important areas that are crucial to the future of the continent. We need money to invest, so we have a better future in the continent. That's basically. And to overcome, of course, those problems during the COVID pandemic, the IMF released the special drawing rights, $650 billion. However, only 23 billion for sub-Saharan African countries. And the G20 suspended the repayment debts in 2020. Of course, those were very important initiatives to overcome the situation during the pandemic. However, we know that it's not going to solve the long term. In the long term, the debt problems in Africa. That's for sure. And the IMF is one of to say that, not only African scholars, but the IMF knows that. So a question would be like how to maintain sustainable levels of debt that do not make it impossible for states to perform in their function in the long term. For sure, we need long-term solutions. Long-term solutions are required to that. And then I would like you to remember one of the objectives, one of the goals of the Abuja Treaty. It's to establish an African monetary union with a financial and a payment system integrated and a single currency. No doubt that the major example of monetary union is the European Union. The European Economic and Monetary Union launched in 1992, the Maastricht Treaty. And what it means when I say this monetary union, I mean the coordination of economic, fiscal policies and a monetary policy besides a single currency. That's what I want to mean when I say the monetary union. According to Professor Peter Kihinde, a fiscal union aims to first increase the discipline in the fiscal level, and the second, provide a fiscal instrument on the continental level. Those are the two main goals of a fiscal union. Those are inside the monetary union. So what is it important? Because the African Monetary Union may be a strong mitigator of the external debt crisis, creating first, general rules to all the countries in the continent, and second, a currency that African countries can use to finance themselves. They don't need to go to ask the IMF, they don't need to go to ask G20, China, other countries. They can have their own money to finance themselves. The Professor Peter said that the African Monetary Union will create a buffer against the external shocks, maybe COVID or maybe other shocks that soften fiscal crisis in African continent by providing relief to the members. So in addition to the commercial exchange, we know that if you have one single currency, African countries can trade between themselves. They don't need to worry about the rates, fees. It's one currency. It will for sure help in the trade. However, the monetary union creates a monetary support in the continent that will represent less dependence on external creditors. I think that's very important because that's what Carol Lee was talking in the previous presentation about how those creditors are not being fair with African countries, how they are not following the rules of international law. And so the monetary union would be a less dependence on external creditors and will be a greater relief, the ability to choose, we would have the ability to choose our future, I would say. Those are, of course, initial thoughts. Of course, there are risks in implementing a monetary union. Of course, we require additional research. However, I would call you guys to see a monetary union as a long-term solution to the debt problems. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucas. You actually had a bit more of time to go through if you wanted to add up anything right now, or should we move on?
I believe we should move on because of the time,
Okay.
yes?
Okay, good. All right, thank you very much for that and for those insights on what the African Monetary Union would do in terms of creating some sort of stability on monetary policy, and also as well as the external facing with regard to debt. Dominique, I think please come in. You're taking a slightly different angle to this conversation, and you've sort of looking at the tax side of the equation relative to the continental free trade area. So over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jason. As he had mentioned, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Okay. And of course, I wish to extend thanks to my colleagues, Carol, Ricardo. So my presentation is titled Readiness for the AFCFTA by Member States' Domestic Tax Policies. So the aim of the ACFTA is to integrate the economies of most African states and also to hasten economic growth on the continent. And this is mainly done by reducing or eliminating tariffs. So for instance, the AFCFTA, pardon my, that abbreviation always gets the best of me, requires that member states.
I think you can just refer to it as the Continental Free Trade Area. That's fine. Yeah. Don't worry about the abbreviation.
So it requires that member states liberalize 100% of their tariffs at stage 2 of the integration process. But then the problem with this is that we have customs tariffs contributing about 35% of the total revenue basket in Africa. And I cite this from the Africa Tax Administration Forum. So the solution that is also proposed to that is that there's going to be a long-term trade-off, which is going to be from a broad-based consumption tax as well as income tax. Taxes are most likely going to be administered internally or domestically from all member states, and they are provided that they are going to offset the losses that are going to be met within tariffs. But with that in question, the question that I pose is, if the long-term trade-offs do materialize, are the tax administrators prepared to manage revenue collection domestically? And in the face of a lack of being prepared, does the agreement provide for institutional support to domestic tax administrators to build capacity and expertise in managing revenue collection, right? And due to that, we see a number of problems with that solution, if I may say. And that being, there is this large informal business sector in Africa, or some of the problems that I identify therein is that there's a large informal business sector in Africa that is not on the tax grid. And the informal sector alone accounts for 27% of the GDP. And to prove some of these problems, in addition to these, such as also low levels of taxpayer registration, I refer to the work of Professor Atia Waris in her work Financing Africa. She does a lot of, should I say, statistical analysis of, taxpayer registration within a number of African states. And because there's a lack of data therein, what she does is she looks at voter registration, and then looks at how many of those voters are registered taxpayers as well, because there's really limited data on taxpayer registration. And for an example, she cites that there's about 0.2% registration in Malawi, 1% in Senegal, 11% in Tanzania, 14% in Egypt, and 99% in South Africa. And of course, much of this is of this low level of registration is attributed to the high unemployment in Africa. But at the same time, she goes on to cite the fact that there is the same population that is not registered or called unemployed is very much economically active within the informal sector. And for one, there is a 2011 study, for instance, in Zimbabwe, where they look at about 84% of these guys that are said to be unemployed to be within the informal sector. So clearly we see that there is a major issue of tax compliance within most member states of the continental free trade area, right? So, and also with that being the case, you know, authorities are much more keen to enforce compliance on registered taxpayers, because tax collection itself is a very, you know, costly process or costly business in itself. And in going through my research, I never really came across through, you know, robust policies that are trying to tackle this problem or tackle these problems, such as the one that I've highlighted. And the first being, nobody is actively looking at this huge informal business sector within Africa, where, you know, value-added tax or consumption tax can be drawn out of, or income tax in form of corporate tax, or for individuals as well, where it can be drawn out from. So, you know, with that being the case, you know, the solution that I propose, rather, it's more of a call to action for the Secretariat. You know, this is an institution that is provided for by the AFCFTA. And one of his roles, and I quote Article 9, it says that the Secretariat, working with state parties, RECs, and partners, should coordinate and provide technical assistance and capacity building in trade-related issues in the implementation of AFCFTA. Right. And I believe that this particular institution has a unique role to play in developing robust policies that are going to be robust domestic tax policies that can take advantage of this anticipated growth that is going to be brought about by the AFCFTA. And again, on a more concrete level, to say what exactly can be done by the Secretariat, you know, I go on to draw again from ideas that are proposed by Professor Aisha Waris in her work, Financing Africa. She says, but she was also providing that in a different context. But I think it equally applies, you know, and she suggests that, of course, you can have multidisciplinary fiscal teams of experts that can be assembled to elaborate policy guidelines, support policy development at subnational, national, regional, and continental level. But then the challenge with these measures can be put together successfully. But then she also cites a problem of enforcements that I also notice is going to be a problem, because, as you know, matters of a country's fiscal system, are issues that are basically border on, or rather are issues that relate to a country's sovereignty. So it's very, tricky to fathom a situation where you can get the Secretariat enforcing particular standards on domestic tax administrators, making recommendations that will have, some sort of legal force. But then I argue that, the Secretariat occupies this unique role, of being at the forefront of providing technical assistance and capacity building. And this particular role presents an opportunity to propose enforceable standards so that, you can have effective tax administrators that can be in a position to take advantage of this economic growth that is envisaged by the implementation of the AFCFTA, the elimination of tariffs, and of course, other broader advantages that generally are going to lead to economic growth. Because, the money that is going to be collected there through tax collections and the like, this is money that we envisage for, for the idea of Agenda 2063, that also wants to, that has these ambitious goals relating to, ambitious goals that relate to, socio-economic improvement for most of the African states, etc. So with that being the case, I'll end my presentation here. And of course, I look forward to the questions that you guys have to pose. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Dominique, Lucas, and Carolee for those very insightful presentations. And very honestly speaking, as I read through your different papers, I said to a few of my colleagues here in Addis, with great excitement, the innovation with which the three of you have taken topics that are quite mundane, actually, and not very exciting for many people out here, but try to breathe some new type of life into these topics, and particularly with some of the innovations around bringing in odious debt, something that has been off the discussion radar for such a long time, following HIPC, but then also this idea of connecting through the African Monetary Union with the Continental Free Trade Area, bringing those two things together, which is the fiscal side and the monetary side. Very, very interesting. So we have about 18 minutes left, and I do want us to have a chance for the speakers to respond to some questions. So we have one question here that has sent by Mbakiso Guape, and I apologize if I've massacred your name, but it's to Carolee, and what they ask is, have there been any success stories or precedent that we can learn from, a case law precedent? I suppose that's with regard to debt cancellation, forgiveness, relief on the terms of odious debt. And if there's any long-term solutions, should there be more introspection in parliamentary processes of raising finance for African states, or will this limit fiscal sovereignty? So maybe Carolee, if you're still with us, you may want to sort of jump in on that, and then I'm sure they'll, it's always the case when one question comes in, they start rolling in pretty quick. So Carolee.
Sorry, I was speaking and then I saw I was on mute. Let me just quickly go to the chat again and just look at the question. So I think I'll start with the last part of her question, where I think the first step would be to give the doctrine legitimacy by incorporating it within the principles and rules of international law, because right now there's not really consensus on it, and for this reason it hasn't really been applied. And I think by adopting the theory or the doctrine of odious state, it will then enable international institutions and just countries, it will create a forum for countries to create an international arbitration mechanism, which would then build a workable debt forgiveness structure based on this doctrine. This framework can describe the criteria for establishing the authority to oversee the process. The framework can describe the criteria for determining what constitutes an odious state, as there is the possibility that, the doctrine can be abused. So a framework would kind of put limitations on when and how and to what extent we would apply it, what would constitute an absence of consent, what would constitute a benefit to the citizens, and the application of the doctrine. And then a few success stories that I came across in my research, and it's a bit old, but I do think they create really good examples, is Mexico reputed its state in the 1800s, which is a long time ago, but also in the 90s. I can't remember the exact date. And then Peru also reputed its state after they had a lot of odious debts as a result of private bankers taking out loans which were not in the which were not for the benefit of the citizens. And Cuba also repudiated its debt against Spain. And the reason why I initially chose this topic is that I used to work at the Central Bank of Namibia, and I was reading through economic news, and I actually came across a story where France also decided to repudiate a few debts of some of the countries it had previously colonized, and that is why I also took an interest in the topic. I think personally, I feel like it shouldn't be on the creditors, it should be on the debtors, the countries who are suffering as a result of these odious debts, you know, to take steps to repudiate these debts, as opposed to waiting for creditors to sort of decide, hey, we're going to give you guys a break. I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Carly. It's a very complicated discussion, but I do hope that provides some level of response. Babatunde, your hand is up. You have the floor.
Oh, yes. Thank you. My question is directed at Dominique. I wanted to, so I was actually waiting for the part of your presentation. And of course, I don't, there's a possibility that you've not maybe considered it, that speaks to how taxation or taxes could be used to finance Africa's development. And I know some things have been written about around that topic. Of course, we all know that some of the problems that have been identified by researchers is the fact that some African states do not have, you know, very strong tax collection facilities. In fact, there was a study conducted, I think, in 2019 or 18, stating that the Nigerian the taxes from the Nigerian Ports Authority was, the Nigerian Ports Authority taxes were only 10% was declared to government by customs officials. So 90% actually went, you know, the way of corruption. So I don't know how perhaps you would be able to speak to the extent to which, you know, has it been considered by ACTA, for example, or considered in any of the literature you've read, how we could actually use that as a basis for financing Africa's development? Thank you.
Thank you, Babatunde. Dominique, do you want to come in?
Yes. So yes, definitely those were some of the issues that I had, you know, I got to consider, but it was mostly in the context of, you know, what is it that the AfCFTA really aspires towards, and much of that, you know, in terms of the collection of revenue, is directing most of that towards socio-economic development for, you know, for all the member states. And, you know, going through most of the literature as well, you know, it was just one of those issues that kept on coming up and again to say this is what we need that revenue for. But then again, the consistent challenge that comes with that, especially when there is trade liberalization, is the ability to collect taxes, you know, is, you know, it's so, you know, it's not pronounced as it should be, you know, because at the end of it all, the reason why, you know, economies integrate in that sense and reduce tariffs and make trade amongst themselves a little bit much more pronounced than, you know, they would separately, is to be in a situation where they can collect all of the revenue, or to restrict economic growth and have create more wealth, so that they can, you know, address some of the fundamental issues or fundamental challenges that they have within their economies or society. So, but consideration of that was within, the ideals of Agenda 2063 for, the AFCFTA and the African Union, etc. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dominique. Yes, we've got Mbakiso, you want to come back?
I think it went well.
Yes, thank you very much. So my question is also to Dominique. Just before that, I'd just like to say Dominique hits the nail on the head when he says that the free trade agreement really is about how much is about, yes, liberalizing trade, but also African countries' ability to collect the customs duties for development of the country. So in that context, my question now is, Dominique, with countries on the ground trying to allow free trade and allow the small man to also be able to trade cross-border, how do countries allow trade liberalization while also enforcing stringent measures for revenue collection for those who don't register? How do you, basically, it's trade liberalization versus revenue collection? How do you find that balance without necessarily crippling your traders?
Okay. All right. So if I
Sorry, Dominique, as you respond, you'll have like 1 minute because we've got we need to wrap up in about 6 minutes. So
okay. Hopefully I'll be able to respond to that. I think if I follow the question correctly, it's how how do you find the balance between removing customs and at the same time making sure that countries are in a position to be able to collect revenue so that they can meet their fiscal targets. So well, I don't know if I followed that question correctly, but the whole idea of tariff reduction is to get it zero. So the idea is to eliminate tariffs. If I'm not mistaken, again, in the stage 3 of that process, that's what it aspires to. And the best way in which countries can respond is to offset all of that loss by making sure that they have robust policies that are going to ensure that if there is economic growth, as it is suggested, they can be able to tax the income thereof. How they do that is one of those issues that is still a mystery because it requires domestic tax collectors to have the necessary capacity, to have the necessary knowledge, the necessary skill set. And this is where my suggestion comes from, to say the Secretariat needs to have a more robust approach towards making sure that happens when there is a robust implementation of the AFCFTA. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dominique, and thanks everybody for those questions. I have a question for Lucas, actually, not because I don't want you to feel left out, but actually I do have a genuine interest in your paper on the African Monetary Union. In your paper, you posit a very interesting question around bringing together fiscal, economic, and monetary policy. In the context of COVID-19 and in the analysis that you proffered in your paper, do you think having increased monetary policy sovereignty may allow African governments and particularly African central banks the autonomy and the power to actually protect their economies from COVID-19-like situations using the monetary policy tool more effectively and having that space and sovereignty?
Thank you for your question. I think there are two positions or two sides of your question. First, I believe that they would be better prepared to some crisis, to respond for some crisis, because of the coordination, because of the general rules, because of the monetary union. So this previous work, I believe, that would be better, it would be better done. However, we know that the COVID or even the economic factors, they are very specific for each country. So we need to have these specific approaches for each country. And there, I think maybe the monetary union would not enough, because we need each country to look at its reality and say, okay, I need A, I need B, I need more of this, I need more of that, because Africa has different economies with different types of development. Some are very dependent on oil, other are more dependent on other like agriculture or something. And we know that it's a very different approach for each economy of that. So I think there are those two sides, both sides of your answer. Question.
Great, Lucas, thank you very much. We've got about 2.5 minutes, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank again Carolee, Lucas, and Domini for submitting their papers to this Afronomics Academic Forum. Very interesting papers, like I said at the beginning, with regards to the topics that they're discussing. Very topical. The issue of odious debt is something that many of us are grappling with right now, and are trying to make the argument in the current COVID-19 pandemic context. One of the terms and considerations for a more comprehensive debt relief stroke debt cancellation program for many African countries. I mean, I'm not a lawyer. Many of you on the screen and taking part are the lawyers. And I think, with Carolee, one of the things I did pick up in your paper was the interchangeability that you used with debt relief, debt forgiveness, and debt cancellation. I think it's important to decide which of the three we would consider odious debts to be relevant for. Most people, I think historically it's linked to cancellation as opposed to relief or forgiveness, because I think it's being palatable. I think is on the relief and forgiveness side is interesting. And I like also that you talked about the moral hazard. And I think the moral hazard is very important in your paper, and it's something worth exploring a little bit further, because we've seen this in the global financial crisis, where we talked about where the big banks, their argument was too big to fail, and the bailouts that they received from their governments, the kind of moral hazard that created. I think, look, Lucas, in your paper, exploring how monetary policy can be used in terms of crisis. We've argued many rich countries had a lot of monetary space, policy space to reduce interest rates, which then created fiscal policy space to do things around taxation, around buffering citizens and businesses from the impact of COVID-19. I think in your paper, exploring how that may add value to not just member states, but the continent from a monetary policy point of view is something that you may want to think about exploring a bit further. And also, of course, central bank sovereignty is something that's really important as well. On our continent, are central banks willing to give up that sovereignty, having fought so hard central government, to get their own independence? Do they want to be conditioned by a single central bank? And then Domini, in your paper, I think, you talk about very interesting aspects around taxation. The compensating variant there is VAT, in terms of how people are, how governments have gone about compensating for the reduction in customs duty. It's not the best, even in the informal sector. Informal sector participants or actors are exposed to VAT. And so you've got to strike that balance, of course, with the impact of VAT that has. I think in terms of winners and losers, you may want to look at the East African community. They've moved quite far ahead with regards to implementing a customs union and moving very close towards a single currency or a monetary union. And they've found a way of harmonizing taxes, having a common external tariff. I think, the question that Babatunde was asking, and also Mbakiwo, on how to get revenue coming through. I think it's all about understanding those dynamics. around that and the politics there. But really, the three of you have done such a great job and very awesome papers, and I'm looking forward to when they're finalized and them being published. So I'm going to end here. I know we're in 4A, but I don't know what the protocol is after here. I don't know, Ohio or Sharon. Are you just going to kick me out, or do you guys just take over?
No, Jason. So this is the main room, and the other panel will be returning back to the main room. So we will remain here while the rest will join us for the final modalities, taking group pictures, final announcements, and obviously just making sure we acknowledge the excellent contributions that have been made by everyone who's volunteered to make this a success. So yeah, so we'll just remain here while we wait for the other track to join us. Thank you so much for an excellent session, and thank you for everyone who put in some resources in the chat function. Thank you, James. Thank you, Amanda, as well. Okay, all right. So first things first, a massive thank you and congratulations to our academic reps for organizing what's been a fantastic conference. And we would like to take a group picture. So if it's possible for, if you're in a position or in a place where you can put on your cameras, we would really appreciate that. And who will be taking the pictures? Nicola or Nchiko or Anne?
I'll be doing it.
Okay, all right. So we'll just follow Anne's directions, and afterwards I would quickly call James and Titi to speak. Our two main sponsors. Anne, over to you.
Thank you. I think we just need to smile and then I'll take the photo. So I'll do all 3 pages. So this is page 1. I'll do it on my end, so don't worry about it. Just smile and look at the camera. Okay, I guess that's fine. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, all right. So I'm going to invite Professor James Gatti to say a few words. And as I said to him privately, he's always on the program because we will not be having any of these events or activities if not for the vision and of the founding fathers, if I could use that word, of Afronomicslaw. And they generated this idea and gave us the space to be able to do everything we're doing now. So I will call James to speak, and afterward I will also call Dr. Titi Adebola. James, over to you.
Well, so thank you so much, Dr. Omiunu, and congratulations to you and this terrific Afronomicslaw academic forum team for organizing this very successful conference, for the great presentations, for the engagement, for bringing an amazing group of people together. I see, for example, many people, too many to mention, that you brought together from all parts of the continent, including our friend Jason, including our friend from the southern part of Africa, Dr. Fagbaibo, and many others. It's just from what I was able to see when I woke up early this morning, a terrific conference. So congratulations to you. You should be very proud of the work that you are doing. And also just to say that don't take this space for granted. Grow this space, protect it jealously, and continue to nurture it, because it belongs to all of you. I think that it's a different era. I think I've said this in a different context. I think one of the failings of academics from Africa, I can say, and from the global south in the past, was not working together like you guys are doing. And working together is really great. You get to meet great people. At least in my career, that's one of the most important thing I would say that ever happened to me was being in conversation with like-minded people from different parts of the world. And that has, more than anything else, shaped my interests and my commitments, and the fact that I have an audience among the people that I got to meet along the way has been one of the most fulfilling parts of my career. So for you all, don't take this moment for granted, because it's a really formative part of your professional experience. These people, you'll see them many times over the next several decades. They're going to be your colleagues, they're going to be your friends. So even though you're going to share these ideas, hopefully, especially after the pandemic, people are going to get together and be in the same room to be with each other. So I liked, the way that everything looked, the seriousness with which you guys were presenting your papers, and the thoughtfulness with which the questions were being asked and discussions. And like Professor Olabisi said, we look forward to publishing all these papers on the blog. It's your blog, it's not my blog, it's not anybody's blog. And that those papers will continue to generate even more scholarship that's going to inform not just the practice of international economic law in Africa, but in your own individual countries. You guys are going to be the people who make decisions in your own countries, in the African Union, in all these places. So this is the moment for preparing for all those roles. So the last thing I'll say, in addition, again, to congratulating you all, is that the Africa Sovereign Debt Justice Network is delighted to announce today a competition. This competition is going to be on our blog and Twitter and all our social media platforms very shortly, if it's not already there.
Yeah,
it is already there. Thank you, Professor Olabisi. On national legal frameworks for debt contracting, prudent management, and accountability in Africa. It's a competition that all of you are eligible for. We're going to put it out. We're putting it out in French, in English, in Portuguese. You can see all the details. Now they are available. We need you to send us essays about that theme. All the details are in the announcement. Again, it's National Legal Frameworks for Debt Contracting, Prudent Management, and Accountability in Africa. What are the legal constitutional frameworks for sovereign debt contracting in your country? How the court's been involved? How the civil society groups been involved? Are there requirements of public participation, notification, and consultation processes? The role of parliaments and things like that. Submissions, minimum 5,000 words, maximum 7,500 words. The most important thing, the prizes. The top 5 papers will win cash prizes. The first prize will be $500 US, and then there will be 4 other prizes of $250 each. So the top 5 papers, the first receives $500. The second 4 papers each receive $250. Of course, we shall publish all those papers, but there'll also be another 10 authors selected, and we shall turn those additional 10 papers into policy briefs for publication in Afronomics on the Afronomicslaw blog. We're of course not ruling anything out. For example, let's say we get 50 excellent papers. We shall have 50 winners. if we get papers that can be published in the African Journal of International Economic Law, we shall work with you to make that happen. So we are really excited about this competition, and I hope that you look at the details and that you all participate, and we are looking forward to receiving excellent essays. It's great that we're making this announcement with our friend Jason Braganza, who is the executive director of Afrodad, which is the leading, well, except for the African Sovereign Debt Justice Network, debt group on the continent. But we really have been delighted to be working with him. As you know, this is a really important theme. As you saw, Mali now has defaulted. So in addition to the default in Zambia in the middle of the pandemic, now we have another default. One of the themes in that last panel was on sovereign debt. So this is one of the many themes, of course, we are working on, and that we hope that more of you will be interested and that you'll participate in this competition and other things that we'll be announcing on sovereign debt as time goes. So thank you again very much to everybody. We can't tell you how proud we are of how this academic forum has grown in such a short time, and anything that we could do to nurture and to support it and to guide it, please don't hesitate to let Dr. Omiunu know. And Dr. Omiunu, many congratulations for helping to nurture this forum to what it has become. So thank you, and back to you.
I'm sorry, Professor Gethi, to jump out of turn, and I'm sorry, Dr. Omiunu, but just as Professor Gethi mentioned that our friend Mr. Braganza is with us, he sent a message, which I think I should let you all know, that the top 5 papers will have segments during the Afrodad event in August. So this is thank you so much. They are collaborators with AFSDJN, and it again shows the importance of the work you're all doing. Apologies for just jumping in like that.
Hey, no worries. It's good to actually hear support from Afrodad. Thank you very much, Jason. So I would hand over to Dr. Adebola, who will speak in, obviously, on behalf of the AFIL, and have been a general sponsor of the prizes that will be given to the best paper and presentation during the day. So, Dr. Adebola.
Thank you very much, Professor Omiunu, and thank you to everyone for this excellent conference. I'd like to say thank you to Professor Omiunu for this, for just leading this group so brilliantly and selflessly. I'd like to say thank you to the regional lead and all the sub-regional leads that we have. Thank you to all the students for your hard work in preparing your papers, in contributing, in asking questions, in being willing to learn, because we have seen such great growth in the process. And I have seen how you have also responded to feedback. So like Professor Gatti said, we are super proud of your hard work, and I feel confident that the future of international economic law in Africa is safe with your just excellent, passionate dedication to scholarship and to building your experience. And I'm sure that you translate that also into practice. I would encourage everyone to look into the advert that has just been shared for the competition. I know some people might feel that sovereign debt is not their area of specialization, but you realize that you can learn if you're invested in putting in the time and effort into the research. And I think it's an important topic that we all should be aware of, because we are going to be the advocates for promoting fairness and transparency in our countries. So I would highly recommend that you just look into the call and just see what areas speak to you. There might be one area that is related to a particular aspect of the research you're already undertaking. So if you're interested in human rights, for example, think about the connections with sovereign debt. So just think about a niche within the area, even if you are not really interested in the broader issues of sovereign debt and push for it. It seems like with the way the prizes are expanding, who knows what else would be included in that portfolio. But even beyond the prizes, I think that you'll be proud of yourself if you have contributed something to your country, to your continent. So I'd encourage you to do that. When I was a graduate student, I was really keen on competitions. And now I look back and I laugh because I wondered why I was so interested in them, but they helped me to just grow in understanding some of the subjects I was working on. And coincidentally, this is just an anecdote and it's unrelated. In one of the poster competitions I was involved in, I was just passionately presenting my work on farmers' rights, just like I characteristically do. And I went for an interview 3 years down the line at Aberdeen, my current university, and someone on the panel said, oh, she was at a conference where Titi presented her poster and she remembered that presentation and she spoke a word for me. So, you know, you don't know what would happen with this competition. I'll just say that you could put your best foot forward. I'd like to just bring greetings from the African International Economic Law Network and to say that we're just super delighted about the turnout of this conference as well. And we continue to give you our full support and we congratulate you.
Thank you so much, Katie. So, I mean, if we just give a round of applause to our representatives because they made this happen, from the organization to the presentations and the excellent questions and engagement. It's all been them. We're just here watching in awe and seeing what, you know, this has become. Thank you very much to all our panel chairs, to everyone that supported us with finances and also with logistics and giving up your weekend. We are really grateful. And for the winners of prizes, we'll be announcing that during the week because we want to just get the last bit of feedback from our panel chairs so we can make an informed decision on the best paper as well as the best presentation made on the day, that's today. So we'll be announcing that on our social media handles once we've selected that. We hope the next time this is happening, the second edition, it will be in person. So once again, enjoy the rest of your weekend and you'll hear more.